FX Pesa. My name is Barak Bakuzi. I am the host of the Financially Incorrect podcast, and I will be your MC and moderator for the day. Our sign language interpreters for the day are Ruth Chepkoech and Viana Chepkemoi. This workshop has been designed to bring together financial experts and market leaders, and our goal is to inspire, educate, and equip you with practical financial knowledge that you can apply in your daily lives. Over the course of today, my hope is during the Q&A session, you can ask each and every one of them. So just to start with, I want us to have a little icebreaker just for the next 10 or so minutes before we move on to our program. So the first thing that I will ask each of you to do is just take a minute or two and think about a hobby of yours. So just take a minute or two and think about a hobby of yours. If you can write it down, do write it down. If you cannot, just keep it in mind. But just take a minute or two and think about a hobby of yours. And I'd like you to think about three specific things. What sparked your interest in this hobby? A memorable experience you have while participating or enjoying this hobby, and tips or advice you'd give someone who would want to try out this hobby. So 4 things I want you to do. So first thing is identify a hobby that you truly love and enjoy. Write it down if you can. If you don't, you can just keep it. What about you guys? Please do participate and do this as well at home. Yeah. So we can have some music for the next 3 or 4 minutes, please. So remember, the things that you're writing is what sparked your interest in this hobby, a memorable experience you have with a hobby, and if you were to talk to a newcomer about your hobby, what would you tell them? What advice and tips would you give them? Last minute. Okay, now I'd like you to do something. I'd like you to turn to the person either seated on your right or on your left, right? Whoever's seated on your right and on your left. And I'd like you to talk to them about the things you've written down. Tell them about your hobby, why you like it so much, right? And if they have never done whatever your hobby is, give them the tips, what tips you've written down. So look to the person either on your right or on your left, and please talk to them about your hobby. Right? We'll do this for the next 5 or so minutes as I'm still waiting for the music. I hope you're having a good discussion. I hope you're listening to your partner. I'm going to have a mic go around in a bit just to hear what some of your hobbies are. Okay. Is there anyone ready, willing to share? Right? Collins, there's someone ready, willing to share. Please tell us what your hobbies is, or what the person you're speaking to, what their hobbies are, and what you took from the conversation. And your name, please. Please introduce us with your name. Okay, now the music,
Hi everyone.
Hi.
Kipkoge Nixon Koriri speaking from USIU Africa. And so this is a very interesting question, and it has sub questions in it, subsections. So I would start by saying that my hobby is listening to podcasts. And what sparked my interest in this hobby is because I wanted to grow in very many aspects of life. And one of them being getting to have that resilience and work hard without having to give up. So I take time to listen to podcasts and stories about people's lives. And sometimes I even listen to storytelling sessions that are shared through podcasts. So this gives me an opportunity to learn and to stay resilient and have that capacity to be able to thrive in my day-to-day life. Number two, one of the memorable experiences in that hobby is that 3 weeks ago I was listening to a story about M-Pesa. M-Pesa, as you know, it's an entity of sending and receiving money, and it has extended globally. So one of the things I was learning from M-Pesa is that it had to have that aspect of resilience, and that's why it is where it is today. It was rolled out first in 2006, when a South African by the name of Nick Hughes, working with Vodafone, thought of M-Pesa and wanted to share that information. Actually, it was an idea. It was not called M-Pesa then. It was just an idea that Nick Hughes thought in South Africa, and out of that idea, he tried to convince Vodafone, but did not agree. So he came to Kenya and met the CEO of Safaricom. By then, that was Michael Joseph. And actually, they worked out together and introduced M-Pesa. It faced criticism during the era of John Michuki, who was the secretary by then, finance. But when Michael Joseph explained to him how essential it was, actually M-Pesa picked. And today, it is one of the greatest, it is one of the easiest way of sending money. And it has even gone to an extent of including saving applications like M-Shwari, loan savings, and everything. So to shorten this kind of sharing, I would advise you to enroll to podcast listening, because it's one of the hobbies that will make you grow and have resilience. Thank you.
Awesome. Awesome, fantastic. As a host of a podcast, I endorse that message. Anyone else willing to just speak about a hobby, or speak about their partner's hobby, or what they've learned about their hobby, and whether they'd want to do something new? Anyone else? Before I pick on the people I know, which is like this table over here. Yeah, Collins, let's get this table. Yeah, for the speakers. Let's hear what their hobbies are.
So I'll go first. Hi, my name is Evans Muge. I'm one of the members of the panel today. So my hobby is cooking. And the reason I got into cooking was because I did not like or enjoy the quality of the food at home. And I felt that I could maybe do a better job. And, I think over time, I actually discovered that it is very difficult to do, But I kept going, and eventually, I arrived at a place where, and this is now the memorable experience. So I have 3 sisters, and I used to be the one to cook, and everybody else would be sitting watching TV. So over time, I became quite good at it, and up until today, I think if you come to my house, you will be happy with the meal that I will prepare. Now, in terms of what I would advise, or the advice that I would give, it is in a way tied to the conversation we're having today, and that is, if you are passionate about something, or if you have a hobby or something that you're good at, it is very important for you to think about how you can make money from it or monetize it. The path that was always sold to us was about maybe go to school, join the workforce, continue through life and then retire. But especially given where we are today, and there's a lot of young people even in this audience, you need to consider an alternative, which is to start small with something that you're good at. And if
I think your mic has disconnected. It's gone off. Yeah. Thank you for that. It's not often, I guess, you find a man whose hobbies are in cooking. The next thing, I'd like us to move to the next activity, and this will be more personal because this speaks directly to the event today and what hopefully you will learn. So I would advise, if you can, please do write it down. It's called 2 Truths and a Goal. The exercise is called 2 Truths and a Goal. So what I'd like you to do is write down 2 true statements about your financial journey, 2 true statements about your financial journey, and a goal that you'd like to achieve. So just to give it again, the exercise is called 2 Truths and a Goal. So I'd like you to write down 2 truths about your financial journey, and then write down 1 goal that you hope to achieve. I'll give you guys 2 quick minutes. I don't know if we can get a quick interlude with music for those 2 minutes. Last minute. Last minute, are we almost done? Again, I'll just repeat it. So 2 truths and a goal. So you're writing 2 truths about your financial journey and a goal you'd like to achieve. You're not going to share this with anybody, so you can be as vulnerable as you want. You're not going to share this with anybody. It's for your own self-reflection. Okay, and I do think this information will be useful for you as we go through our session today. So next, as we get into it, I would like to invite Rufus Kamau to come up. Rufus. Yeah, would you please come up, and you're just going to tell us a little bit about FX Pesa and what they do. So I think you have
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone from the back. Hi, everyone from the front. Hi, everyone in between. All right. My name is Rufus Kamau. I work as a market analyst with FX Pesa, the host of this event today. So, at FX Pesa, we are a tech company. So, what we do is that we provide a trading platform that gives you access to global markets. And we do this from a regulated environment. We are licensed and regulated by the Capital Markets Authority of Kenya. So what we offer on this trading platform is access to global financial markets. So for people who are willing to trade or invest, you're able to reach global markets. You're able to trade stocks, you're able to trade currencies, you're able to trade gold, you're able to trade commodities, all on one application. So we have a mobile app, it's called Equity Trader. So it's not equity like Equity Bank, it's equity with an I at the end. It's available on your mobile platforms. So if you go to Play Store, if you go to App Store, you'll be able to find our app there. Equity Trader by FX Pesa. So we are very big on financial literacy. So we do a lot of these events to help people build their financial journeys and achieve financial freedom. So on this path, we have taken quite a number of initiatives. So we do events across the country, also in Uganda, as well as in Tanzania, where we try to help people build their financial goals. And we do these across multiple platforms. So we do physical events. This is one of the events that we are doing, and we do a lot more. At the same time, we do this via podcasts. You've all heard about the Financially Incorrect podcast, where we get to talk about people's financial journeys, their challenges, and try to craft a way forward. So at the same time, we have a more market-oriented podcast. It's called the Bullish Banter Podcast. This is where we talk about markets, what is happening across global markets, where are the opportunities. And once you find this information, you consume it, then you're able to trade, invest, and manage your finances from an informed perspective. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Rufus. Can we please get a hand clap or a foot stomp? Next, I would like to bring up Ruth Kinuthia, who is an assessment administrator, who will tell us a little bit more about the Kenya Institute of Special Education. KISE, could you please come up? Will you please have a hand clap for her as she's coming up? Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Hi. 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 A smile. You know, this is a special institute, Cindy, whereby we treat everyone as a special. As a special. As a special. Look at your neighbor. Look at your neighbor. You might see him or her as near normal as possible. But when we start scrutinizing, you will get that there is something special. See, of course, you know we have got a category of emotional and behavioral disorders. Of course, right now, we were getting instructions from our MC, but most of us were, that one shows us that is a person with emotional and behavioral. Others were just making noise. MC si kupenda kwao. It is only that they are emotionally and yeah, this is Kenya Institute of Special Education. We offer trainings. We train teachers who teach kids with special needs education. We have got a research department whereby we conduct researches, matters to do with special needs education. We also have got an assessment center that is just right here, whereby we conduct assessments of learners or persons with special needs, and we do placements or referrals. Basically, we conduct functional assessments, educational functional assessments. Also, we guide them after doing the assessment, functional assessment. We guide them on how to get cards, the registration certificate with the NCPWD. I can see my friend is here because she will talk about it, because most of our parents here, they do not know that such cards exist or such certificates. We refer the clients to them. And once we only suspect, maybe we suspect autism, we suspect PMD, physical disability, we suspect hearing impairment, visual impairment, and such kind of impairment, and then we refer for further assessment. Basically, we do school placements, whereby we guide the teachers who are handling those learners, matters to do with IEP, Individualized Education Program. It is only that those learners are differently abled, but handled in a different way, they can still progress as the learners who we call near normal. The other mandate of Kenya Institute of Special Education, we have been mandated to distribute assistive devices all over Kenya. It is the duty of this institute to distribute assistive devices to all learning institutions in the public, whereby we have got special units, we have got special schools, and any other learning institution that is in need of assistive devices as per the Ministry of Education. We've also gained another new mandate, whereby now we are manning the assessment centers, the ones we used to call EAC centers, whereby we conduct assessments, and in the near future, we will be posting staff to man those areas. It is a very new mandate that the government has given unto us, and with collaboration with the World Bank, we are to refurbish 10 regional centers, and of course, by time we will be able to cover the whole of the Republic. The other one, we conduct online trainings, whereby we do sign language trainings and autism online. For, you see our girl here, si unaona? Si tunapenda ile kazi yanafanya? Yes, we have got online classes, and of course we, in partnership with many organizations and parastatals, they have enrolled their staff, whereby we do conduct trainings for them. We have got also tailor-made programs, whereby maybe in your institute you would want us to come give a training on disability-friendly language, you know, a school audit, or even disability audit in your organization. Maybe you would want your organization to be disability-friendly. We conduct it from our institute. Also, we have got a parental engagement program that is ongoing. We've realized that we are so much on the children, forgetting the caregivers who are really doing a lot. And if the caregivers are emotionally, mentally, and financially unstable, of course, what do you think? They will not be in a position to handle these learners or these persons with disabilities. So we have got an coming parental engagement program, whereby we will be giving our parents programs. For example, you have got a child who is hard of hearing, you don't know anything to do with sign language, you don't know how to communicate with that child. We will be offering those training to parents. And of course, maybe you have got a child who is physically challenged, you have never used a wheelchair, you do not know even when it comes to, you know, niti repairs. We will be doing so from the parental empowerment engagement program. And also from that program, we will have parent circles, whereby we will be offering psychosocial support, emotional support, and of course in partnership with other partners, even when it comes maybe to matters to do with maybe to starting small businesses will be in a position to do so. So FX Pesa, the word Pesa, how I wish that God will enlarge the territories of X-Pesa such that they will be one of our partners, such that when we come up with that parental engagement, maybe they will be in a position to maybe tell us, now that we are here, we will be offering diapers to those children who are using diapers for life. I would want also to thank National Council for Persons with Disability. They give us diapers for free. Also, they give us medication for free. We have got these learners, or these persons with disability, they are on medications for life. So, National Council for Persons with Disability, in partnership with KISE, we are in a position to give them without any single pay. When it comes to therapies and rehabilitation, we offer services for free. Right now, you can see we have services going on. Si mmeona watu wanaingia? No single cent is paid. We offer them for free. They come for hydrotherapies, for occupational therapies, physiotherapists. We have all of them on board, and we give them to our clients for free in partnership with National Council for People with Disability. So that is KISE, and please, we are advocating that all of us should have disability-friendly language. What do I mean by that? Such that a person who is hard of hearing akikusalimia, you will be in a position to, tunaelewana hiyo? So karibuni hapa tufunze nyinyi sign language. Karibuni hapa KISE, Home for All Disabilities. Welcome, KISE.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think there's a lot that you guys do, and it's fantastic to hear. I'm going to speak just for a second before we move to our next segment. Before we move on to our next segment, I have a nephew who is on the spectrum. He is autistic. And he is now, I believe he's 6 years old, and it's been a journey to walk with my twin brother and our family, and seeing him adapt and seeing him go through different elements of therapy, and to see him progress, and to see him, and of course the hope for the family is that he will be able to be a fully independent adult at some point. But I mean, I have seen the challenges. I have seen how difficult it can be for the caregivers. I have seen how challenging it can be for my nephew himself. And so I just wanted to highlight, I think, something that was a win for the community. I think this was it was the last week or this week, and this was the new Persons with Disabilities Act. And I just want to highlight a few pointers that are specific around money. And this was picked, this I picked from the thread that Crystal Asege put up. So the first thing is that caregivers of persons with disability will be eligible for tax exemptions to ease their financial burden. The retirement age for employees with disabilities extended to 65. Health institutions are now mandated to establish accessibility disability desks, employment-trained medical professionals for disability-specific, and provide sign language-trained staff for deaf patients. The other thing is parents or guardians of registered persons with disabilities will receive exemptions from taxable income. Organizations supporting persons with disabilities through donations or subsidized insurance will receive tax incentives, encouraging insurer participation in disability welfare. Employers of registered persons with disabilities are exempt from taxable income on wages paid to such employees. Discrimination against persons with disabilities now carries penalties, fines of up to 1 million shillings or imprisonment of up to 2 years. And finally, public transport owners who subsidize fares for persons with disabilities will receive tax deductions, and certified individuals with disabilities are allowed to operate public service vehicles. So, I mean, I do think there is a lot of good things in this new act. I hope it is enforced. I hope there are policies that are put in place to make it happen. And I think it will be great for my nephew and many others. So moving on to the next segment, I would like to introduce Ms. Jane Wamogu. the regional coordinator of NCPWD Nairobi's region. She's an experienced disability inclusion professional with a passion for promoting the rights of persons with disability. Jane holds a Master's of Science in Project Management from JCOT and a Bachelor of Business and Management from JCOT as well. She has a vast experience in disability sector, having been in the sector for the last 20 years, and she's giving our keynote. So please may you put your hands together as Miss Jane Wamugu comes up.
Thank you very much, our moderator. As you've said, as you've heard, my name is Jane Wamugu from the National Council for Persons with Disabilities. And as he has said, I'm as old as the council. The council was established in the year 2004, and I joined it shortly after in the year 2005. I can say he has touched a little bit on the act that we are having. Right now, we are calling it the Persons with Disabilities Act of 2025. It's going to rearrange issues. It's going to bring in more goodies than we've been having with the old act. We are glad because the previous act was a little bit soft on side of disability. I think we were testing the waters. But right now, I believe we've come of age, and we'll be able to work, we'll be able to be in a position to ensure that disability mainstreaming becomes the norm. It doesn't become the afterthought. We must know that maybe at any point in life, we may find yourself having a disability, having a relative with a disability, and you would need to have that person in a place that is conducive and a place that that person is able to enjoy their life the way any other person is doing. I've been given the very big mandate here to say the keynote address. As I've said earlier, for my friend here, Ruth, has talked about the collaborations KISE has with the council. So I'm not going to belabor too much on what the council does. But one of the major activities that we undertake is registration of persons with disabilities and ensuring that persons with disabilities receive economic empowerment. So when we give you that tool of trade, when we give you that small money to go and do maybe when we finance your LPO, because we have LPO financing, we would want that money to work for you. And that's why today we are collaborating with FX Pesa, and I'm very grateful for the organizers because this is something that has not happened earlier. I know we usually do some trainings. We call them capacity building trainings, but they are not as effective as such kind of podcast. So allow me to read my notes. Yeah. So today we are looking at building wealth, breaking barriers. This will be a small note to set the pace. Ladies and gentlemen, respected guests and esteemed participants. Esteemed guests, advocates, allies, and most importantly, members of the disability community. It's an honor to stand before you today to address the crucial topic of financial literacy. We gather here united by a common goal to empower individuals with disabilities to not only navigate the financial landscape, but to thrive within it. Building wealth, achieving financial independence, and dismantling the systemic barriers that often stand in the way. For too long, financial literacy education has remained a privilege and not a right. And this disparity disproportionately impacts individuals with disabilities. The challenges are multifaceted and deeply entrenched. They range from ingrained societal biases about the capabilities of individuals with disabilities leading to limited employment opportunities and lower earning potential, to the complexities of navigating benefit systems that can inadvertently desensitize wealth creation and perpetuate cycles of poverty. Understanding these challenges is not just an academic exercise. It's a prerequisite for developing targeted, effective, and inclusive financial literacy programs. The first and perhaps most insidious barrier is the pervasive misconception that individuals with disabilities are incapable of managing their own finances. This paternalistic attitude, often stemming from well-meaning but ultimately misguided intentions, deprives individuals of the opportunity to learn, grow, and take control of their financial futures. It can manifest in the form of denied credit applications, limited access to financial planning services, or even family members assuming financial control without the individual's informed consent. We must actively challenge this prejudice by promoting the inherent agency and capacity of every individual, regardless of their disability, to make informed financial decisions. This starts with the fostering an environment of respect, empowerment, and unwavering belief in the potential of each person to succeed. Furthermore, the lack of accessible financial education resources poses a significant hurdle. Traditional financial literacy programs often fail to cater for the diverse learning needs of individuals with disabilities. Information may be presented in formats that are inaccessible to individuals with visual impairments, auditory processing challenges, or cognitive disabilities. Terminology can be overly complex and jargon-laden, further isolating those who are already marginalized. To bridge this gap, we need a paradigm shift towards universal design for learning. This means creating educational materials that are inherently flexible and adaptable, accommodating a wide range of learning styles and abilities. This includes providing information in multiple formats, such as Braille, large print, audio descriptions, and simplified language versions. It also necessitates incorporating assistive technologies and personalized learning strategies to ensure that everyone has the opportunity to grasp fundamental financial concepts. Beyond accessibility, the content of financial literacy programs must be tailored to the specific needs and circumstances of individuals with disabilities. This includes addressing the unique challenges associated with managing government benefits, navigating special needs trusts, and understanding the implications of employment on eligibility for various support programs. Financial literacy programs should address the higher costs of living that are often associated with disability. Individuals with disabilities may face significant expenses related to healthcare, assistive technology, personal care, services, and transportation. These costs can strain their financial resources and make it difficult to save for the future. Therefore, financial education programs should provide practical guidance on budgeting, cost-saving strategies, and accessing financial assistance programs that can help offset these expenses. Another critical aspect of building wealth for individuals with disabilities is fostering entrepreneurial opportunities. Self-employment can provide individuals with disabilities with greater control over their work environment, schedule, and earning potential. However, starting and managing a business can be daunting, particularly for those who face additional barriers. Financial literacy programs should include training on business planning, marketing, financial management, and accessing funding opportunities, especially designed for entrepreneurs with disabilities. This may involve connecting them with mentors, providing access to microloans, or offering guidance on navigating the complex regulatory landscape. We must advocate for systemic changes that promote financial inclusion for individuals with disabilities, and this includes enacting policies that remove barriers to employment, ensure access to affordable health care and assistive technology, and promote financial independence. We must also work for policies that promote financial equity. Building wealth and breaking barriers for individuals with disabilities requires a multifaceted approach that will address both individual capacity and systemic barriers. We must foster a culture of empowerment, provide accessible and tailored financial education resources, promote entrepreneurial opportunities, and advocate for policies. Today, I issue a call to action. I urge policymakers, educators, advocacy groups, and financial institutions to collaborate and create truly inclusive programs that address the unique needs of persons with disabilities. We must challenge stereotypes, provide targeted support, foster an environment of respect and understanding, and empower persons with disabilities to confidently manage their finances, access benefits, and plan for their future. Let this day be more than just an observance. Let it be a catalyst for action. Call to commit to a future where financial empowerment is universal, inclusive, and truly accessible to all, regardless of ability. Let us work together to create a world where financial independence is not just a dream, but a tangible reality for every person with a disability. And with that, I wish us all a fruitful deliberation as we try to build financial literacy for our persons with disabilities. Thank you very much. For all that I have read, the bottom line is we must ensure the inclusion of persons with disabilities, access to finances, access to education, and also not making decisions to empower persons with disabilities to be able to make decisions by themselves, especially where financial matters are. We've seen families fight off a person with disability for, maybe something that they have been left by their relatives. They want to take it because the assumption is that person is not, in a way, they're not able to cater for they're not able to think about how to manage the finances. Today we are going to kind of break that stereotype and see how we can help persons with disabilities. My friend Ruth there had asked me to say how to ensure that we are registered with the National Council for Persons with Disabilities. And I believe most of us who are seated here are registered. But for those ones who are not registered, we usually collaborate with the hospitals to do assessments as we show you how to navigate the eCitizen portal and ensure that you are able to register. You will go to a level 4 or a level 5 hospital for assessment. Here in Nairobi, they usually charge. We have Bagathi and we have Mama Lucy. And Bagathi, they charge 1,200. Mama Lucy usually charges 1,000. When you are assessed, the form takes about 2 to 3 weeks. Then it comes to our offices, and we call you to come and collect that form. As you collect your form, we take you on how you are supposed to register yourself under the eCitizen platform. eCitizen is an individualized registration system. You must have an account, and if you don't have, then you can request somebody from how do you call it, the cyber, to help you open an eCitizen account, and then you look for our agency. You log into our agency and you're able to register yourself as a person with disability. When you register, the certificate just takes about a week or less. It can even take a day, but a maximum of 1 week before you get the certificate. What you need to understand is that right now we do not use the old cards. We had 2 types of cards. We had the original card that was phased out. Then we had another smart card, which came when the government was changing. And what happened is that the president declared that all services that are offered by the public institutions should be done through the eCitizen. And since we have a service to offer, we took our registration under the eCitizen. So right now, the certificate you get is the one that identifies you as a person with disability. Under the eCitizen, we have 3 services. The first one is individual registration as a person with disability. The second one is registration of an organization. If you have an organization, you can register the organization there and you get a certificate. The third one is application for tax exemption. As you've had, persons with disabilities enjoy tax-free salaries. So, but for you to get that tax exemption, you must register, you must apply for the tax exemption, which is granted maybe after 3 to 4 months. So, with that, in case of any further details, I'm around. I'll be here until the end of this workshop. So in case of further clarifications, you can see me. Thank you very much and have a fruitful discussion. Over to you.
Thank you, thank you. May I please just have another round of applause, please? I think that was insightful, and like she said, she will be here, so any questions that you do have, we will be able to answer them. Also, during our Q&A, if you do have questions for her, there'll be a slot for that as well. I would like us to move on to our discussion, our panel discussion. And so first up, I will introduce Mr. Josvat, who is from the Beyond Barriers Empowerment Network. He offers disability mainstream training, accessibility audits, mentorship and empowerment. He has worked with Kenyatta University Emerging Leaders Foundation, Nakuru Town East Constituency Office, Rift Valley National Polytechnic, National Council for People with Disabilities, the Dutch Embassy, the Kenya Women and Girls with Disabilities Network, and Nathan Hall Williams Center. This has helped him reach more than 200 persons with disabilities directly and more than 3,000 indirectly. They offer mentorship training for PwC essentials and personal and professional development and financial literacy, mental wellness training as well, and sharing opportunities for those with disabilities. And an interesting story is he reached out to me on Instagram, I think, like 2, 3, maybe even 4 months ago, before this event was thought about and concepted, and here we are now. So Mr. Josvat, please do come up on stage. A round of applause, please. As he's coming up, I will introduce everyone else. So next on the panel is Gift Correa, who works for the NSC. He's a financial professional with over 7 years of investment banking and capital markets experience. He currently holds the position of Advisory Manager, SME Growth at the Nairobi Securities Exchange. Gift has been involved with capital raising and investment structuring across multiple sectors of Africa's economies, including manufacturing, financial services, real estate, gaming, and media and entertainment. Prior to joining the NSC, Gift was the head of the business development at Horizon Africa Capital. He holds a BSc degree in economics and statistics from the University of Nairobi, and he's an environmental sustainability champion, avid campaigner, and a dedicated dog dad. A round of applause, please. Next is Evans Mugi, who is the founding CEO of VCG Asset Management, a CMA licensed fund manager. VCG is playing a pioneering role in championing innovative investment strategies for the retirement industry, using alternative investments to generate higher returns. He has a background in investing in the global markets and a vision to significantly impact how retirement products are distributed and managed in Kenya. A round of applause, please. And last but not least, we have Abby Mungai, who is a seasoned wealth expert with over 20 years experience in investment, wealth management, accounting, and money management. She currently serves as a general manager of wealth at Naub Capital and is the founder of Wealth Hub Empire Limited. Abby has demonstrated strong leadership in private wealth advisory, having led a team of 9 private wealth advisors to manage over 10 billion shillings in assets with just 5 years at Naub. Her influence extends globally with oversight of more than 150 financial independent advisors, promoting best practices and client success across diverse markets. Trusted by over 6,000 clients, including real estate investors and family offices. Abby excels in building generational wealth through strategic investment planning. She's also a passionate advocate for financial literacy, creating impactful content through Wealth Hub Empire. A round of applause, please. And I will be moderating the session, so this will be my seat. Let me just give you this mic. All right. We have an hour of discussions for this, and I hope this will be impactful for each of you. I guess we'll pass this mic, can pass this mic up and down. And so just to start with, maybe, Abby, we can start with you, just from the perspective of being able to build generational wealth. What have you found has been the most important thing when considering or wanting to build generational wealth?
All right. Hi, everybody. It's amazing to see you and happy to be here. Yeah, so generational wealth, first of all, let me admit, from my observation, everybody and anybody, the high income, the low income, the medium income, this is a mission for everybody. And why the word generational wealth rings a very huge bell is that I'm sure most of us seated in this hall, you probably didn't get a head start for where you are. You have started it yourself, probably, I'm just assuming. So majority of people start from scratch. So my observation is, it's not because they cannot be able to do it, it is the lack of information. It is lack of financial literacy. So, and that is why forums like this make me very excited, because the more information you interact with, the more aware you become. Your income is your weapon. That income that comes on a monthly basis, it doesn't matter how much, that becomes your weapon in your hand to create fast wealth and then make it generational, so that now the people who are coming after you, you can give them a head start. So my greatest mission and my mandate is to simplify finance so that everybody can be able to understand. I joined an organization 5 years ago, and there was a lot of jargon passing on. A lot of words were just being thrown at in the hall, and I used to wonder, is everybody just like me, or am I the only one who is not understanding? So interest in breaking down this information and understanding it, and then from there, understanding that your income is your weapon. That monthly income, that weekly income, that daily income, that's the weapon that you're going to use to create generational wealth.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that answer. I'd just like us to lay the foundation of being able to make money, or the financial considerations for someone who has disability. So, Jospat, I'd just like to ask you a question. How does the mindset, right, shift when now you have other factors to consider when you're thinking about making money? What are the things that matter most, and what's most important about that mindset?
Thank you, Barak, for the question. Good afternoon. The mindset of a person with disabilities in terms of finances shifts from understanding the needs that you have as a person with disabilities first. Second, understanding how to manage or how to handle the needs. Like in this case, I have a need as a person with disabilities that is more expensive than a person who is non-disabled. Let's say, for instance, the travel or the transport industry. My travel will be more expensive than that who is non-disabled. So I need to understand, first of all, the need that, how I'm supposed to tackle that need, which is so different from those who are non-disabled. So it takes getting information from all the sources, all the information sources, including books, including videos, including listening to maybe audiobooks, I guess, attending such events. So the mindset shifts gradually. It's not a one-day thing. It's not an overnight thing. So once you understand what you need and how to to tackle the needs that you have. Your mindset shifts gradually over and over again. And of course, it comes from what you're earning or how your pocket is. So if you're earning 20,000, if you're earning 10,000, if you're earning more or less, you get to a point where you understand that I need to budget this and this for my situation because these are the needs that I have. So, of course, the environment that you'll be in, the mindset that you'll have will be so different because your needs are different. So, shifting mindsets, it's something that happens over and over again. I believe it's not anything that you'll ever get to a point and say, now my mindset is 100% shifted to being financially literate 100%. So it's something that happens over and over again with the factor that you understand what you need, how to manage it, and how, of course, to make more money. Thank you.
Okay. Maybe just a follow-up question on that. What are some of the challenges, society challenges that you have experienced when trying to generate money and trying to generate income? What are some of the barriers you've had?
There are always two key main challenges, and I perceive this, or my perception is always on two people, me, the person with disabilities, and that person who is non-disabled. One of the challenges as a person with disabilities might be the self-stigma, the challenge of not wanting to achieve more, not wanting to get out there and to reach out to whoever has something that I can benefit from. So the second challenge will be discrimination. For instance, I am qualified for a certain job and I have maybe an experience, and we are two of us who are, me who is disabled and that one who is non-disabled. So assuming Barak is our employer or someone else is our employer, whenever we go to reach out to that employer, in most cases the employers tend to think that the person, in this case the person on a wheelchair, has less effort or has less input to bring in the organization. So in terms of finances, I won't get finances because finances, we get finances from income. So I lose a job. Of course, it's a ripple effect that if I lose a job, I lose an income. If I don't get an opportunity somewhere, it's an opportunity lost for a job and an income. So the biggest challenge happens in between the person with disabilities and the person that I'm reaching out to.
Okay.
Yes.
This is a question for any of the other three on the panel. Within the different institutions that you work at or work for, have you taken in account for persons with disabilities, with the products that you are creating, with the way that people can access them? Have you taken into consideration persons with disabilities? Do you want us to start on that side?
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, it's very good to see all of you here. My name is Gift, and I think I work for the Nairobi Securities Exchange. And we are mostly known for investment products such as shares. Some of you might have participated in our markets. And Barak, that's a very interesting question. I'll be honest, and I don't think as an organization we have made it deliberate, taken deliberate steps to make the products for persons with disability. However, I think with the proliferation of technology and accessibility of investment products through technology, this has made it more accessible for persons with disability. I think internally it's something that we need to constantly remind ourselves that from an organizational culture, we are catering to a very wide market that includes people who are differently enabled, and they too should be able to participate in these investment products. So I think there's a lot of financial literacy that still needs to be done, not just to persons with disability, but for the entire market in general. And I think it's a challenge to us to actually see how we can make these products more accessible so that we can continue to contribute towards the generational wealth topic. Thanks.
Yes, so I can also chime in here. So we are doing three things that we believe is supportive of, trying to make sure that persons with disability are taken care of when they go into retirement. And maybe just to zoom out a bit or talk about this specific topic. So when we talk about retirement, it represents that phase of your life when you stop actively working and maybe stop actively earning an income from the work that you do. But that doesn't mean that your needs have changed in any way beyond that. So you still will have bills to pay. I think, I know we're talking about persons with disability, but then there's also the caregivers as well, who also have dependents, right? So on top of what you're doing, beyond the age of retirement, how do you continue to generate income or have some cash flow coming in that can support you to manage the expenses, both for yourself and for your dependents? And how the other thing that we think is especially important for persons with disabilities is that the costs from a medical standpoint are higher. So you have higher medical expenses as time goes by, and also this need to be taken care of. So if it was somebody who maybe was employed and you had the benefit of your employer's medical scheme, after you retire, you would find perhaps it is very difficult for you or it would be very expensive for you to get really good cover. And so therefore that would be a drain on whatever cash you have and also on your resources. So the way we have thought about that at VCG Asset Management is with two products that we believe are quite useful. One of them is, of course, post-retirement medical fund, which is in itself something like a pension. It's aligned to a pension product. And what this means is that when you are contributing, suddenly right now in the formal sector, if you're getting the deductions or contributions to pension, there is an amount that can go into a post-retirement medical fund, which will be able to pay for any sort of insurance that you might take or any medical plan that you can take after you retire. But these funds would also potentially be available to you if there was a need, a huge medical bill that you need to pay that might not necessarily be coverable from insurance. The good thing about putting it within that kind of fund is it's locked in such that you won't be able to access it until maybe there is a critical need or until you achieve the age at least of early retirement of, say, 50 years. So that brings in some element of discipline. The other thing that we also launching around in July is individual pension plan. I'll speak quickly on this one. The idea here is that as individuals, we can contribute. Either if we are working in the formal sector or in the informal sector, you can contribute some money to put that aside specifically for pension. And I'm plugging, of course, VCG products here, but I can also mention that there are two other schemes that are, backed. One of them is backed by the government. We might be aware of KISE. This one allows you to contribute 50 shillings every day. And this money, 70% of that is locked in for your long term. You will access that when you retire. 30% of that is going to be available to you, in case you have a need. There is also another one called Mbao Pension Plan. This one is from the Juakali Workers Association as the founder and a couple of other players there. That one you can actually contribute 20 shillings a day. And if you miss a day, that is fine. But what this allows you to do is over time, you'll be building up some cash and some resources which can be very useful for you further down the line and beyond that stage of active work, or when you get to that point where now you need to retreat from daily life but need some income coming in.
All right, so I'm also going to be honest. Where I work, we haven't quite looked deeply into it, so this is a wake-up call. But on the side, on Wealth Hub Empire, the podcast that I run, what I try to do, because YouTube is coming up with all these buttons where you can enable for people with living with disabilities to be able to listen and any impairment. So I enable my voice to be changed, or I avail it to all the tools in the technology where someone can be able to change the settings and listen to what I'm saying. But I agree, we need to get inclusive or accessibility as much as we can in whatever we're doing, because financial literacy is the thing. Okay. Yeah.
From Beyond Barriers, we've tackled the issue of accessibility. When you visit our premises in Nakuru, there's a place where there's an allocation for a ramp where any person with maybe a physical disability, a wheelchair and all that, can manage to access. In terms of matters language, there's a way we train those people that we work around with to know the disability-friendly language to use. Whenever you interact with a person with disabilities, what are the words you use and what are the words that you do not use? So in terms of that, we've played a key role there.
Okay. I'd like to seek all of your opinion on this. So we've talked about certain benefits from the new act that's just been passed and, tax-free elements and things like that. However, I would assume, so for example, like my nephew, because of the therapy that he requires, the costs are quite high. So even if my brother was to have tax-free income, that 30% income is really still going back to maintenance. So it still gets him back to, zero, so to speak. He's just on ground zero. So my question is, ultimately, what do you think needs to happen for our society to increase the earning potential for persons with disabilities, or for the community of persons with disabilities, from the different spaces that you said?
I'd say, first of all, that question, I'll answer it with the previous question that you asked, the challenges. So how do we tackle these two main challenges? How do we tackle the discriminatory challenge as a society? Whenever you find a person with disabilities who is employed, who is qualified, try to ignore the fact that he or she does not have any input to bring to your organization in one way or another. There's an organization that used a certain trick in line of employing more women than men, or not looking at the employment of either gender. So that whenever you present your CV, you don't put your name, you don't put your gender. So in this case, it will be nice and well if maybe an employer hiring someone or hiring a team to use more or less the same trick. Whenever you have a disability, please don't put that you have a disability, which might be an advantage or a disadvantage, but might be a trick used by different employers. If an employer really needs to employ a person with disabilities, he might encourage or she might encourage you not to put the fact that you have a disability in your letters, in your CVs and all that. So the society might tackle the challenge of discrimination in that manner, because opportunities are so many, not just employment. Other opportunities include empowerment opportunities, where we have maybe certain banks or certain financial institutions which have specific products for people with disabilities. They might say for a loan borrowed by a person with disabilities, the return interest will be a bit lesser than the normal one. So in terms of the society, tackling the challenge of financial challenge will be tackling discrimination in one way or another.
I think two things. Number one, sensitization of the information that we have gotten and are getting today. So I think it's speaking in spaces and with volume and repeating it over and over, and trying as much as possible to use the social media, the innovation, all the tools that we have to get to make sure that everybody is aware. Additionally, like where I work at Nabu Capital, making sure that the spaces are well enabled to hold people who have special needs, and also thirdly, affordability of the products. I have realized that there's a big market, there's a big scope. There are a lot of people who probably sometimes click onto our website, but when they look at the minimums that are required to, say, invest, like currently the minimum is 100,000, they fall off because they feel like this is probably what I'm earning right now, I'm not able to invest. So making sure that we're coming up with products that are affordable and communicating as much as possible that it's possible to start with low minimums.
Thank you. So maybe I can talk about, so obviously the bill came and the bill passed, and we're saying definitely it's an improvement from what was there before. I think over and above that, and maybe this might be controversial to some, but I must say that this government has actually done a lot in terms of helping people prepare for retirement. If you remember, I think certainly for some of the people who maybe were employed in formal work, it used to be a deduction of about 200 shillings a month saving towards your retirement. And that amount, frankly, was never going to be enough. If you look at one of the biggest complaints that people who are retired today have is about whatever income they're getting or whatever interest they're getting from their pension cannot help cover their expenses. So with the increase now moving from that 200 to a much larger amount, already we are starting to contribute a bit more, which is good. And of course, if that is prudently managed and continues to grow over time, we will have a good base and a good lump sum within which to operate in when we retire. And again, this goes for both the formal and informal sector. If I can say something else, and this might also be controversial, but I will say it, it is very difficult to put money away to save or to retire, especially when you're somebody who is in their youth, because retirement seems like it is so far, and I think employers are not necessarily doing enough, and some of the schemes are not doing enough training, so that people are only receiving training about retirement when they are 1 year to retirement. What would you be able to change if you discover that maybe what you've been putting away is not enough and you only have 1 year to go or 5 years to go, right? So if I can sort of like now marry this with the bill, I think the provision that retirement age for maybe employees who are persons with disability is 5 years above the normal retirement age, that does give you a bit of a cushion. But over and above that, and also for those who may not be employed, what I would say that from a policy standpoint perhaps ought to be considered would be to actually maybe make it mandatory, right? I said this was going to be controversial, to have a certain amount deducted and put away for that phase of your life. If we think about, for instance, the Hustler Fund, and we can also talk about Financial Inclusion Fund that came following that. The fact that every time you access that money, there is an amount that is being saved for you, it creates a sort of discipline and also makes sure that there is something that is available. So even for us, and even for anybody who is maybe from the grants that we can get, being persons with disabilities, access to Inua Jamii, that kind of program, I would say that one of the things that ought to be considered might be either to sort of augment it, add something small, maybe 5% or 10% of that, but that amount can perhaps go towards that retirement or pension saving or that post-retirement medical fund, so that it will not be impacting directly, but it is still your money. It is being put away for you to access it at at a later date. So I believe that those are some good initiatives that could potentially support that. But
thank you, and I think I'll just carry on that, just to echo that. Even before we start talking about financial literacy and investment products, especially what we offer at the NSC, I think we need to go back to the basics, and it's a question of inclusion in terms of job opportunities and being able to earn from the first place, because we cannot talk about savings when persons with disabilities are not even earning in the first place. So I think this is a very good bill. It's very timely, but I think the implementation of it and many other programs that are out there supporting persons with disabilities need to be monitored and also measured accordingly, so that the impact that these bills are supposed to inherently carry are actually felt in the economy. So I think one of the things is that we need to be deliberate about creating job opportunities. Does that mean we set specific quotas, not just in things like government tenders, but even for corporates, in how we consider persons with disabilities within the workforce? This, of course, enables them to earn and make those savings on income tax, because if persons with disabilities are not in the workforce, then the income tax does not support them in any way. And then once we've brought these persons with disabilities into the economic bracket of the country, then we can now start talking about what do we do in terms of financial literacy. How do we increase access to investment products? Is this knowledge accessible for persons with disabilities? How do we make it more effective and more efficient for them? But the other side of the coin is that persons with disabilities are not just people who are seeking employment. They are also owners of businesses. They also run enterprises. How do we also facilitate access to funding to such businesses? So for example, at the Nairobi Securities Exchange, we now actually support access to funding for SMEs. And you can access, this might seem still quite high, but you can access, for example, debt facilities and working capital from as little as 20 million shillings all the way up to 400 million shillings, which allows persons with disabilities then to actually cross to the other side and becomes owners of enterprise. So I think corporates, both government and corporates and organizations that support persons with disabilities need to be more deliberate in terms of measuring access to capital, measuring investment opportunities, measuring and actually effecting job creation opportunities for persons with disabilities.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to make this a bit more practical, right? So Josephat, I'll ask you, what does your monthly budget look like on a regular basis? Where are your expenses going? What does your monthly budget look like? Passing that, yeah.
Depends.
For what you can say, for what you can disclose,
Okay,
of course, yes.
Depends, because the income in one way or another fluctuates. There's a month that there's more, there's a month that I get a bit less. So in terms of how the budget that I have, first of all, I put it down on paper. I write, this is what I need for my house, maybe, and this is what I need for my transport. Let's assume it's 30,000 a month or more, depending with the month. So I'd say a certain amount will go directly to transportation. And in this case, transportation includes both public and the private transport. Because of the needs that I have in one way or another, at some point, I might be forced to use private transport. So another budget will include the investments that I need to put back to the organization. Maybe it's branding, maybe it's more of positioning and all that. And maybe it's doing something to empower another person with disabilities. So it fluctuates depending with the income that I get that month.
Are there any specific needs tied to the disability that you have to financially account for?
Yes. Number one, like I mentioned, it's the transport factor. Number two, in my budget, I always have an allocation for the repairs of my wheelchairs. I need to budget also for not just repairs, but even putting it in good order. It might not be spoiled, but maybe improving a part, changing something here and there. So there's an allocation for my mobility devices. And again, in my house or the place that I stay, at times I'm forced to either to put a ramp on the door. So at one time or another, I'm forced to replace it. So at some months, I'll need to budget for a replacement of that. Yes.
So my question to Abby and Evans is, I mean, given what Josephat has just talked about, if this was a client in your office and is coming and is looking for advice or consultation for someone like Josephat or someone like him, what's the advice that you give him, the practical advice that you give to him for him to begin to build, to build wealth? What's that advice, practically? Yeah.
I believe, and this is me now looking at it very deeply. The rule of thumb is we must try to live below our means. So when the income is fluctuating, you live way below your means, way below. So that now the bandwidth you're creating will cater for the days that there's a curve. But picking from the breakdown that he gave, the number one thing is that you must be earning. He also said that at the beginning. For you to be able to get into the game of investing or making wealth, you must have an income. And then ask yourself, is this income enough? Like, all matters considered, the economy we're living in, the cost of living that is rising, all these things, and now I'm speaking on a general view. Then once you establish that there are gaps, the second thing your mind should be thinking about is, how do I expand my earning capacity? First, establish what is your earning capacity. If it's fluctuating, you have to constantly try and live on the down low. And I'm putting in mind that he mentioned there will be special needs from time to time. All the more reason we should be careful with the little that is coming in. So the second thing, you start asking yourself, how do I diversify my income? Which talents do I have? What is this that I can do that can create an income? In fact, the best way to put it is there a problem that I can see others are having that I can create a solution for, and then I charge for it? And I believe when we talk about people with special needs, we are saying people who are capable differently. So they're multi-talented in other way other than the usual. So it's probing and asking yourself if there's something I can do, and then creating an extra income. And then now the third thing is to ensure that you take advantage of the times we're living in. There's a lot of tools available. First of all, I encourage everybody sitting in this hall to always be on the lookout for working remotely, like jobs that are available to you working remotely. This will help you multiply your time and also reduce the discomfort of traveling from one place to another. There are a lot of opportunities coming up for working remotely, not being able to, you don't have to be there, and then ensure that you have more than one income. More than one income. And that comes from you asking yourself, what problem, even in this society we're in right now, what is that thing that everybody is struggling with that I can be able to create a solution for and then charge for it? But money management first, and then asking yourself, how can I diversify my income? And then now from there, you ask yourself, how do I invest in another hustle that can give me more income? Yeah.
Evans?
Thank you. So I would think about it two ways. So just to add on top of what Abby has said, so the first one, of course, is to manage the inflow and the outflow. You always want to be left with something in your pocket. I think the challenge that we're discussing is if the income is fluctuating, you have some good days, you have some bad days, what will remove or reduce the temptation that when things are down, I want to go back into my savings nest and take that money to fund the lifestyle, or maybe I won't even put money away because I am so concerned about my ability to be able to meet the needs. And I would say it comes back to that point we were saying earlier about the importance of making it mandatory, or sort of, and I don't necessarily mean in terms of something that is being imposed on you, but actually you making a decision for yourself and saying, come rain, come sunshine, this is the minimum amount of money that I am going to put away for my retirement. If I have a month that is better, I can afford to put away some more. But if I have maybe a month where I don't have much income, I will put away this at minimum, and I will also not go and take that, access those funds and use them to do something else. So that the reason why having like an individual pension product or individual pension plan in place, like what I was talking about, including maybe like the KISE or MBAO program, is that it allows you, even when you don't have money, to not contribute, but at the same time, you can contribute as little as 50 shillings a day, or maybe 4,000 shillings a month towards your future retirement. And I think that is quite something quite to think about, because it's going to be very important for you. The other thing that I would say that is also quite important is for you to choose where you're going to invest this money in terms of the provider of that service. Or if you decide, I don't want to have a pension plan, I want to invest this money myself, where do you put this money? Now, let me give you an example. Last year, and Gift can speak to this, on average, the Nairobi Securities Exchange, Stock Exchange, does anybody want to guess what the returns were? Anybody? How well do you think the market did on average? I can answer that. It was around 54%. So that means whatever amount of money maybe you had beginning of that particular year, it increased or grew relatively by about that much, right? Now, that was 1 year, which was a good year. The next year might not be as good. The question is, do you have that capability or that bandwidth to keep looking at where to put the money? Or should you just focus on a safe investment, like maybe a money market fund, which I know maybe I'm going to get 9 or 10%, but then I can be comfortable with that? The point I'm trying to make is there is risk appetite that everybody has based on where you are in life, in terms of your age, the expenses you have, the income that is coming to you, and the like. So once you decide you're going to put money away, you need to choose a product that can give you returns based on your risk appetite. So if you are somebody who is young, you have a long path ahead of you, God willing, you can take some more risk now. But for somebody maybe who is approaching retirement, then you want to invest more conservatively, take less risk. And that way you can create enough of a huge lump sum towards the end that will be able to pay you once you stop working actively. And then the last point I'd say, just to reiterate what Abby mentioned, it's about improving your ability to be able to earn money after you stop working. Because retirement doesn't mean that there is nothing that I can do beyond this point. Part of that is maybe investing in a skill. It could be, and some of these courses are available online. Some of them, I think we've even heard that KISE can offer them for free. You can take a course on psychology or counseling, and then combine that with the knowledge that you have from a practical work and be able to provide this service to people who might be willing to pay you over and above contributing to society and the community. You can try and convert a hobby that you have into a skill that people might be willing to support one way or another. So if you combine investing and creating a path for you to earn some extra income, it will allow you to have coverage of your expenses over and above the point at which you stop actively working, or even in times when maybe it is a month that is not good and you have income that is below average.
Okay. I'd like to ask a similar question, but now in the light of as a caregiver or a family member. So how does my family financially prepare for my nephew's future? What opportunities, what kind of products, what kind of things should we be investing in or be looking in to ensure that, when he gets the age of 18, he can be an independent adult and we don't have to worry about where if he still requires care at that point, where does the money for that care come from? Where does the money for him as a fully fledged adult come from? How does a family or a caregiver go about preparing for a financial future for someone that they care for?
Okay, I'll give a quick answer and then I'll ask Gift to chime in. So I believe, the easiest, the most available product for something such as this, which we are all aware of, is maybe the education plans that are sold by insurance companies that say, you contribute a specific amount every month and then at a certain point there will be a lump sum available to cover. I think that is one way to do it. Personally, I'm not a very big fan of those kind of products. Maybe we will discuss why in a different forum, but the principle here, especially in a scenario like the one you're describing, is that maybe you have people around you who are actually able to help support you up until this stage. And it is really as simple as actually having or setting up a separate account or plan and then having contributions coming in, and those funds are invested into the markets. And again, this is somebody who's fairly young, so they can afford to take some risk, and then that lump sum will grow over time. If, for instance, we were to say that this individual, when he's 18, he will need at least, let's say, 10 million shillings, as an example, on average, just for them to be able to start a business or be able to pay for their university. How much do we actually have to contribute every month to get us to that number? It is not going to be 10 million divided by the number of years that are left, like 18 years, and say that, because there is an element of the financial return that will cover it. So you might find, based on the investment plan and product, that the actual cash outflows for you to get to 10 million in 18 years might actually be for you to contribute anything like 3 million in terms of the actual cash, and the balance would come from what Abby mentioned, compounding interest on the basis of the risk-return profile of the product. So I guess in a nutshell, for me, what I would say, it is about choosing the right investment product and then having a disciplined approach to contributing on a regular basis, on a monthly basis, and then watching that particular platform grow, and at the same time having a plan such that when we reach this particular level, this is what these funds will be available to you. And the last point I would say, ring-fencing those funds, so making it such that even if it is there is an urgent need, those funds are protected, so that we don't go back in and take these savings and use it for something else.
I think Evans is totally spot on. But if I may just add, the way I look at how normal people plan for investments in the household, people who give financial advice, they will tell you first, set up an emergency fund, then do an education fund, then do a housing fund, depending on what your goals are. So I believe that as a caregiver to a person with disability, there are certain things that you can foresee as needs that will come in the future. As to what Evans has said, it's important to then take a step back and see and say, what is the investment that will be needed just to help the child or whichever person first move around, go to school, and live almost a near normal life. And then what does that mean in terms of capital? Then if it's important, then even as we look at our finances and when we talk about saving for housing, saving for the different goals that we have in life, for a person with disability, this is going to be maybe a constant need for capital. So you can actually go a step further and say, over and above my emergency fund, I will also set aside a fund for this particular child. And I will contribute a certain amount every month towards this fund and hopefully reinvest that fund into products so that it can be self-sustaining and self-compounding. One of the things is that once you have saved a certain amount and say you can put that goal as say 5 million shillings or 1 million shillings, and if you put it into investment products that match your risk profile, and by this, that's where I will go back to what he said, you need to know yourself and what you're saving for. So if the goal is a 10-year goal with a goal to preserve that capital but also to grow it, you might want to look at investment products that match that profile. So for example, if you come to the Nairobi Securities Exchange, we have things like government securities, which are one of the safest investments that you can actually go into. And there are things, these government securities are floated every now and then. You can access them on the secondary market, and there are some that give you returns as high as 18% annually. Of course, those yields sometimes fluctuate and they go down, but at least you can get a benchmark return of about 10 to 9% annually. So these interest rates, these interest earnings can keep compounding over time, and over a short period of time, you could realize that you've built enough in order to be able to sustain the life of this kid. And I think the important thing is to say, how can we make this fund self-sustaining such that we do not have to dig into our own pockets in order to take care of emergencies, take care of education. And I think once you get to a point where you have a sufficient size of fund, you can be able actually to draw from the interest or from the returns from that particular investment product to say this will go towards school fees, this will go towards any emergencies from a medical perspective or from whichever perspective. And I think there are various products that you can look at. Of course, government bonds are very safe. You can look at shares. As he said, this NSE last year performed very well. Most of those companies that are listed there, the KPLCs, KQ, have returned over 100% in the last year, and those would have been good investments. Of course, there are risks that are associated with them, and it's also important to invest in the knowledge so that you might be able to first preserve the capital, but also make sure that there's a sufficient return on your investment that will enable you to take care of the child or whatever needs may arise.
Okay, thanks for that. Josephat, I'd like to ask you, as we sort of wrap up before we get into the Q&A, what's the reality of investing for you? What's the reality? What products have been available to you thus far? Have you been able to find spaces where you can invest, spaces where you can put your money, whether it's from a perspective of being able to make enough money and cater for your expenses and have excess that you can invest, or even products that are catered to you? Have you been able to find any in our market?
Well, thank you for the question. I have, in my budget, I also have a saving allocation. So it's not specifically catered for, it's not specifically put for this is a benefit or this is something I'm saving because I'm receiving an incentive as a person with disabilities. So it's a saving that I put, and the product that I use currently is the ZD Money Market Fund for Safaricom. So I save there, and depending with the amount that I get that month. And I'd love to answer your previous question differently, the caregiving part of it. I'd love to answer it in two ways. There are different kinds of caregivers. There are those that are employed, there are those that are not employed. So it means there are those that have an income and there are those that do not have. So in the local areas or in the home areas, there are different groups of people with disabilities, as well as there are different groups of caregivers. So these groups are in most cases registered, and they get an income directly, maybe from a government, through applying for certain funds. Let's say Weather Fund, let's say it's a women rep, certain related fund. So in terms of income earning for caregivers, that may be a channel for them to get an income. So they answered in terms of how do we spend the money. So I answered it on how do you get this money. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Abby, do you have a final sort of thought on that around caregivers planning? In terms of caregiver, or as a caregiver planning financially for the person you're caring for, whether it's a family member?
I think my colleagues covered quite a bit, but I can just summarize it in simple language that can be memorable. So if the caregiver, for example, doesn't have an income that is stable, or an income that is coming every month, so the question thereof, or the challenge thereof, is to ensure that we are looking for ways to increase this income. And this I can touch on now, the entrepreneurship, and I know questions are going to come from there, where you start thinking of yourself as a person who can found something, someone who can come up with an idea that can solve a problem. You have to constantly think that way. And then once you start these small businesses, as a caregiver who doesn't have a constant income coming, separate the money and manage the money very well, whereby you know what is personal income and what is the company income or the business income. Because the challenge that normally comes with these small businesses is they don't go very far. It remains a hassle. So the question is, how do we scale up so that it's not just a hassle of we buy, we sell, we use, we buy, we sell. How do we ensure that we are scaling up? And that is the idea I was passing before, of using the technology, using the platforms that we have. Josephat mentioned ZD Fund or any other money market fund. Some of the things that you should be investing in are the ones that have the capability to highly compound your interest and very easy to understand and manage. So when you manage that money that is coming in, ensure that, number one, you're investing it in a place where it's being multiplied. Number two, and somebody touched on it but didn't go very deep, we have to protect that income. Because here we are talking about somebody who is taking care of a person who is special. So meaning it's already not very good. So if that person is removed from the picture, we're looking at a very bad picture. We don't have any other way other than going the insurance way. Some of these investments, we don't, and let me not call it an investment because insurance is not an investment. Some of these vehicles, it's about knowing which vehicle. We don't put money in insurance to multiply it. We put it there to safeguard the income that we have. And there can be very many other discussions on what products are we talking about. And then now, coming to the person who has an income, that is a little bit easier because saving constantly, consistency is the key thing. Saving on a monthly basis and having a percentage that goes to, number one, the multiplying effect, and then number two, the protecting effect. I think those two are very important.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like us to go into a Q&A session where we'll take any questions, whether they're online. I have the link here, so whether they're online or whether we have questions in the crowd for the panel for them to answer. Please do, we have a mic, so please do get your hand up and the mic will come to you.
Thank you very much. My name is Catherine Getonga. I'm here in the capacity of a caregiver to a child living with disability, specifically cerebral palsy. She's now 15 years old. Thank you very much, the panel. You've really educated us as far as finances are concerned. I have a few questions and I have a few comments. And the first comment, or really what I would want to really support what our gentleman here has just told us about mandatory measures toward medical and pension saving, especially now when with the effect of the bill, where now caregivers have been included in tax exemption, money needs a lot of discipline. My suggestion would be this: whatever we as caregivers, for example, those who are in employment, whatever is going to be cushioned from their pay slips in terms of the exemption or in taxation, some of it be made mandatory towards savings for this person that I'm taking care of. Because, you know, there will come a time when this person will actually need care, and I may not even be there. I'm talking about, let's think about orphans of persons living with disability. This is reality. I may not be there forever to take care of this child. And there will come that time, and the needs of this child are still there. So if there is that mandatory, if the government would come up with a way that we pull as caregivers, and especially those who are under employment, we pull our funds, like the way it is done with SHIF, with the Social Health Insurance Fund. We contribute every month, but it doesn't mean that I use that money personally, but that money could help someone else who has a condition like cancer, isn't it? Yes. So how about a pool of caregivers, if there could be a pool of those funds that can be saved for the future of these people we are taking care of? In a way, for example, I would suggest, like, even coming up with homes that are modest, whereby in case of demise, and now these children are left orphans, and I'm not saying we are going to leave our children orphans, but you know death is coming. That's a reality. So if there's a home, if there are homes, modest homes, where our children can be taken care of, the vulnerable can be taken care of. Because this is something I can tell you that really disturbs us as caregivers. What is going to happen in my absence? What is going to happen to this child in my absence? I would feel very comfortable if I knew that even if I'm not there, somehow my child will be taken care of in one way or another. And again, there's going to be job creation, because these homes will be run by caregivers. So we are also going to create job opportunities. So that element of cushioning our money that is going to be tax exempted, some of it can go, yes, of course, towards the needs of this person living. There are many: diapers, medication, supplements. The list is so long. Activities of daily living, because these are children who cannot do a thing on themselves. So some of it can go, yes, directly towards their care, and some of it can go towards a saving for the future. Number two, let me comment something about what Joseph just talked about. Out there, we are having registered groups of caregivers and of persons living with disability. The greatest challenge, because we are so organized, we even come up with proposals. What do you want to do as persons living with disabilities as caregivers? But the greatest challenge is funds towards our projects. You know, just first, I talked about ways of fund. How many of us have actually had that opportunity in our groups to access this money from ways of fund? And some of us have, and I'm sure very many have not. So this is a very big challenge, that we are there, yes, we have ideas, we know what we want to do, but we don't even have the capacity to do this. My plead would be that those groups are not just there, but they are realized. And at this point, I would ask FX Pesa, what do you have for us, for the groups who are registered? You know, would you have products for us that we can not only get we can get loans, or even grants, because some of us we are not the same. We are not economically, we are not the same. We also benefit from funds, from loans, and we can also benefit from grants to grow our our groups and manage to run our proposals. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for that contribution. I think very important. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Gentlemen and ladies, God is good all the times. We are very lucky. Hii mkutano si ya walemavu, cause ule ulemavu kubwa sana ni ya akili. Kweli? Nikienda kwa barabara nipatane na the second gentleman with my son, ataniambia daddy, nibaie gari kama ile. Kumbe ni wheelchair. Is it true? Mimi nasema kuhusu mtoto yangu na mimi. There's somewhere I was taught to have positive mental attitude. Being positive, be positive. Be positive. Hiyo peke yake. Second thing, it's not a matter of amplitude. It's a matter of attitude that will take you to the highest altitude. Uwe kiwete. Na kwanza hiyo jina, I would like to discourage ati disabled. Ngangana kutumia abled differently. Kweli? Kwa sababu wale watu disabled, ukienda hapa Githurai roundabout ama hapa Kasarani, utakuta mtu amelala kwa ukuta, amejikojolea. That is a disabled person. Take that to the bank. I would rather ask the second gentleman jia kuliko kuamsha mtu, wewe nionyeshe jia kwenda KISE. I think this better display because of your personal attitude. One thing, me, I'm a father of a kid with disability. Mimi, I don't say he is disabled. Among my kids, kuna weupe, kuna weusi, na kuna moja hajui kutembea. Maybe wewe unaweza tamani mtu mweupe, na huyo mwenye hatembei ni mweupe. So, au wakiwa wamekaa hivi chini watu wanne, I don't know any charity apart from the second gentleman mwenye naona wako na wheelchair. Utakuta huyu mwingine anashikwa mkono. Kuna mtu nimepisha kiti hapa haoni. So what do we say? We are abled differently and we are special. Hii mkutano si wa siasa. I've never gone to a forum mwenye is organized like this. Hata maji ikiletwa tunapeana tu. Napewa na kupea. Napewa ingine na kupea. Hata dakika mwisho unakuta maji haijanifikia. Instead ningeweka yangu hivi nianze kugawa. No. Nikikuta huyu mtu anataka kuingia kwa hall na hakuna stairs, I would rather sitakimbia kuingia hall ni mshide, nitasaidia yeye kuingia kwa hall. So kumbe mimi ndiye nitakuwa wa pili, kama mimi ndiye nimemsukuma, nani amefika mbele? There is no competition in life. Hakuna competition. Do you know what? A marathoner takes hours to win a gold. And those guys who sprinters take the same energy but view time, a shorter time, seconds. Ati Bolt anakimbia ganana 9 seconds. Kweli rongo? Ronaldo anacheza mpira for 90 minutes. Kipchoge anakimbia for 2 hours. What does it mean? What it means is, wewe you don't know the distance yenye umepewa ya kukava. What you should take? Positive attitude. Thank you.
Come here. We'll try and get to everybody. Just as we're getting to him, there's a question online that I'll see if the panel can respond to. They're asking, can you take us through any benefits or exemptions that PWDs, and we're changing the word D now to differently abled, can get from rental investments? Do any of you have an answer for that? Or do you need a second to think? You have? I take it again. The question is, tell us any benefits or exemptions that PWDs can get from rental investments. Yes. Do you need a second to think about it? Okay, yeah, we can go to the next question as they're just thinking about it.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is James Areji. I'm working in the Agriculture and Food Authority. I'm a human resource officer, but based in Mombasa. I've traveled from Mombasa to Nairobi just for this section.
Thank you.
I appreciate for the services. Madam, also I really desire the way you have dressed. You are looking fantasmagorious. Great. So the only thing what I wanted to say briefly, let me speak Kiswahili. No, Mombasa, watu wengi tumekuwa na uzoefu wa Kiswahili. Kwa msamaha na pia radhi wangu naomba mnielewe. Good. Nimejifunza baadhi ya vitu ambazo kwa ufupi ama kwa muktasari nimejielimisha, na pia jambo lingine ningependa nitilie mkazo. Kwa sasa walemavu wangu zangu ningependa watilie masomo mkazo. Wasidharau vile walivyo, wajitilie mkazo, kwa sababu maisha ya kesho itategemea bidii ambao umeonyesha leo. Pia jambo lingine ni kwamba licha ya ulemavu wangu, mimi ulemavu wangu nilipata kutoka na ajali ya barabarani nikiwa na miaka 15 hapa Voi. Babangu alifariki kwa aksidenti, mimi nikabaki na ulemavu. Wengi waliovunja moyo sana, kwa asubuhi nikienda shuleni wakijiuliza huyo anasukumwa shuleni aenda afanye nini licha ulemavu wangu. Sikuvunjika moyo, lakini sasa hivi najivunia bidii ya mzazi wangu, na pia licha yote pia nashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa kiwango ambacho amenifikisha. Alafu la mwisho ni kwamba iwapo mtu yote yuko hapa aliye na ulemavu na na cheti cha degree ama diploma, asione haya kuapply kwa shirika letu. Ajisi huru, tuko na nia ya kuajiri wenzetu walemavu kwa wingi iwezekanavyo, kwa sababu tunajaribu kuzingatia ile sheria ya Kenya iliyosema kwamba kwa kila shirika iwe ni parastatal, lakini mimi yetu ni parastatal, kwamba tufikishe ile kiwango cha 5% for persons with disability. Either umefanya IT, umefanya procurement, umefanya finance, umefanya sign language, jinsi huru ku apply. Mimi ni HR but based in Mombasa, but headquarters yetu yuko hapa Nairobi pale next to the Junction Mall, Nakumatt Junction, former Nakumatt Junction Mall, Dagoretti Corner. Kwa hivyo kwa machache, ile koti yangu ya mwisho kabisa, if you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl, but keep on moving. Thank you for all of you.
Thank you. I think I'll take from that, taking advantage of the 5% employment in government facilities and seeking employment there. There's a couple of hands going up. As Collins is getting there, let me just also ask another question for the panel here that I have. How can I set myself free from debts and daily expenses accrued purely on medical grounds? And the context is, I am employed, I get a salary every month, but honestly I use all the monies purely on medical grounds and setting off debts since the salary I've been getting is not enough. There's no side hustle business, no external support from family. Currently I feel overwhelmed and depressed, but I mask a lot to look happy and okay. So I'll give you a second to just think about that as well. I can pass this for you to have a look. So you can have those two questions to answer. The mic is here. Yes, Mike will come to you.
My name is Rispa Osoro, a mother of a child with cerebral palsy, soon turning 18 years old. I run a small business, and first of all, I'd like to add to what this gentleman said about how the people with special needs are discriminated when times counseling they are looking for jobs. But I can say it's not only the people who are differently enabled, also parents with children with disability, we get those challenges. Like, whenever I get a job, I get hired somewhere, professional, I'm a medical lab technologist. Every other time if I go asking for permission to take my child for therapies, normally nobody can accommodate that because I have to go for therapies like twice a week. So even for us, parents of children with disability, getting employed permanently, somebody to hold us throughout for a long time is very difficult. So we have those challenges also as parents with children with disability. Now, if I can ask for people with small business, or my business owners, like Kailan Shekaina Supplies, how I like to know, I like to understand better how can I benefit, how can I access this, the tax exemption program, how will I benefit from it? And also I would like to know, or I would like to get more information, or to be trained more about my financial management, and how can I access funds which are available that can benefit us, small business owners, especially the parents who are having children with disability, special needs. How can we be able to access funds since we are also affected by poverty? How can we access funds that can help us to boost our business? And number 3, how can I be able to compete with other suppliers in acquiring tenders? Thank you.
Thank you. So what I'll say first in response to that, with regard to the tax elements and the exemptions, after this session, KRA are around. They are going to be here. We're going to have a session where they're going to talk to you at a granular level. They'll talk to each of you about possible exemptions that are available and the ways of processing them. So KRA are around for the session after this. They'll be able to address that specific concern. I believe the panel can address the other one, but we'll take a couple more questions before they get there.
Hello everyone, I'm Consolata Wagoi, a psychosocial support officer for persons and caregivers from Mukuru Kwajenga, Our Lady of Nazareth. I also partly work for those affected by the gender-based violence. I have a lot of experience working with children living with disability, and my main concern and request to FX Pesa is that those living with intellectual disabilities, after they are assisted and rehabilitated, there are those who can work under supervision. We are talking about money. They also need money, isn't it? Currently, we have one of our youth who has been trained in our center and is now working in one of the institutions, taking care and earning something. My question is, I have realized in Kenya, I'm yet to find out about other countries in the world, whether they can work and be accepted to work under supervision and earn money. That's something and a big gap I have discovered that it's here, because once we train them and they are at the age of 18, they have their own needs. We have relieved the burden and the responsibilities from the parents, but they can work. Sure, they can work. They can work in the garden. They can clean. They can work in the libraries. They can work in the front office, showing people where to go. But can we now start another bill for employability for those who are living with intellectual challenges and they can work? Now to FX Pesa, is it possible for you and your company to maybe start sponsoring a few of those youths who can work, so that Kenya and the government and all of us can realize that they can contribute? Number 2, they are also able to make things. They have skills. We train them on bead making, weaving, and they make perfect things that you can buy. So if other organizations that have skills can include them, they can also become part of Kenya development in the next 2027 if we started today. Thank you.
Thank you. Collins, there's a gentleman with a black shirt who's very enthusiastic. He stood up like 6 times.
Thank you very much, Barak. Habari zenyu. My name is Dennis Ngure. I'm a disability inclusion advocate, and professionally, I do disability inclusion advisory services. Why I'm standing so much is because my question will be on social protection. And I want to lay a basis on social protection. A lot of persons with disabilities who are of grown age, 18 and above, a lot of us are struggling with just self-sustenance. Kweli ama uongo? A lot of our parents, caregivers, are still struggling from how to take care of the parent, of the child, and also support the family household. So social protection would be quite good if we can get it. If you look at countries, for example, the US, Australia's, they get the social protection, quote unquote, for those countries, it equates almost half of the average pay. So if the average pay is, let's say, $4,000 a month, you get social protection covers almost $2,000 in a month. So my question is to the panelists, how can we ring-fence either national or county resources to pull them in an investment fund that will cater for social protection for all persons with disabilities, not only the persons with severe disabilities? Why I'm saying that is because even if you look at our budget, which is 7.5 billion of social protection for the cash transfers, only 1.2 billion goes to persons with severe disabilities. So how can we create, an investment fund that will support persons with disabilities across board for social protection? And then my second thing, and it will be bad if I let it go as a disability inclusion advocate, the right language, the international accepted disability inclusive language is persons with disabilities. We don't use abled differently. Sawa sawa. Tafadhali, we don't use abled differently or special talented. No, the right and accepted term is persons with disabilities. Hiyo ndio sheria yenye tumeadopt inasema. That is also what the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities says. Thank you very much. Asanteni for your precious. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Juliet Awar. I'm a special education teacher, and I am here today because I'm a parent. I have a son who has autism, and I have a question. First of all, I want to respond to her. She was asking if people who are intellectually disabled, if they're able to get employed. Here at KISE, they employ several people with, actually they have one employee who has autism, and he has a degree in hospitality or something. There's a time we were here for a conference, and we were really moved by how they work. But my question is for KRA, and my question is KRA in a position to engage persons with disability for personal or group trainings, maybe later on when they come on board? Can they please answer that? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. We'll be sure to get it across to them.
Hi, everyone. I'm a mother of a son on the spectrum. And for me, what we are talking about, it's all about the money and how we can make that money. So I've worked, my son is 4 years, 7 months. The journey I've walked, it's now been 3 years. So what I've checked and what I've seen is that us as parents with kids who are differently abled, we contribute into the SHA and whatever. And also insurances for those who are employed. We find that we have the insurance cover, but now when you get to therapies and you need the care and the treatments, then the insurances will tell you that it is not covered. So as a parent, I don't understand, and also for the SHA and any official who could be here, I wouldn't understand what is my benefit of me contributing. For instance, if my payslip is deducted $2,000, that's a whole session for my son for therapy. But the SHA will not cater for these therapies. The last time I checked was in 2023 when I went to NHIF and the CEO told me that they are thinking about it, they were not thinking about it before, but they are thinking about it in the SHA that is new. I checked with them early this year, and they were still not, couldn't tell how we are going to benefit for therapies and other treatments. For instance, I've took my son for a treatment in India, and none was willing to cater. Reason being, for the kids on the spectrum, you wouldn't know when you'll achieve your milestone or when you can reverse to a neurotypical baby. But as parents, we will do anything and everything for our kids to just achieve even that little milestone. So if we say that for the insurance and anyone who works for insurance, it is good for you, that it is good to educate them that we do not just sit and watch your baby the way they are. You look for that small milestone, and if that is what the insurance will cater for you and you achieve, everyone will be grateful. So now that we're talking about how we look on our finances, for this 2,000 or this 1,000 that are deducted, if us as parents and guardians who cater for disabled, differently abled kids, is not channeled to SHA, but channeled to say something else, that we will benefit. So we say we have a special or something else that will also do that, like the way SHA caters for other medical expenses. But now this one, we are being deducted, but that one is channeled to something that we will access or assess the therapies and anything. Even if I was to do 2 therapies in a week, and one is catered by that specific fund, would go a wrong way, because you don't know until when you're going to do these therapies. And yeah, we can't just sit and say we are doing nothing. So the other thing is about school. I think, and I know all of us will agree that for schools, we still, as a government or as Kenya, we still have a long way, because you find for schools, you'll take your child, and honestly, like this term, my son have not gone back to school, simply because the school that he was, then the school told me that there will be a 10,000 increment for fee. And then when I ask, so what am I getting from this 10,000? And then you cannot even justify why I'm paying this 10,000, but you're telling me it is mandatory. So we can all agree that outside here, people see us as, okay, we are desperate, yes, but I also believe that we know what we want for our kids. So for schools, if the government could really look into it and focus on nurturing or just building on how our kids are able differently. Because to some point, for those of us who have like 13, 8, and 15, there's just something with that child. So we nurture that, and not telling me that I'm paying a fee of, say, 25,000, and then you're telling me your school will do therapy for my son, I pay another 15,000, and then I'll pay other things, but for this tuition fee. So we are taking care of a special child, meaning the curriculum I would expect it's catering for special things. So most of the schools will say they are just cow-cashing us, like you're just paying, but you can't really tell what you're really getting. So also for schools, as the government have done the tax exemption, I believe that it is good to also look on the education for these kids. Yeah. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I want us to answer these questions, the ones we've just taken. We have about 8 of them, and then there'll be people coming around as well who will be taking down some of the questions that you may have. Please just keep your hand up if you do have a question. They will write down the question to ensure that it's asked. But for now, let's just make sure we answer the questions that have been taken so far. So I'll start on the left side. And I think the first thing I'd bring up is the access to, no, not leave the access to funds, that I'll leave here, but in terms of an investment fund, the potential of an investment fund that can cater to persons with disabilities, to PWDs. What's the possibility of that? What will it take to make that happen? And I think that's addressing a concern here, a concern at the back around, is it possible to pool money together, and this money would then be available for people to be able to, PWDs to be able to use. So what would it take to make that happen for any of these, any of the firms here can represent the corporate space? Yeah. Do you want to go?
Thank you, Barack, for the question. I think at the NSC, we have new regulation that actually supports listing of investment funds. They're called collective investment funds or alternative investment funds. And these funds can take any shape or form as long as there is a return that is being promised to investors. Now, one of the things that we focus on at the NSC is we have a very strong focus on ESG, which is environmental, social, and governance. And the social aspect is where we actually look at sustainability-linked products, which will go towards solving social problems. And I think an investment fund that sits, or rather, maybe to track back, I think there are many funds that the government has put in place. For example, we have the Hustler Fund, we now have the Social Health Fund. But one of the things that we've seen is with many of these programs, there also has been mismanagement of the funds, such that those funds that are raised in these products are not going towards what they were specifically supposed to do. So by bringing investment funds such as this or listing them on the exchange, what you're providing is a layer of regulatory environment which makes sure that whatever funds were raised towards a specific project, especially when it has a social connotation to it, actually go towards that kind of specific purpose. So I think what would it take to answer your question on what it would take, I think it would take all the right stakeholders to sit in a room and say, what problem are we, what challenge do we want to solve for, and where will the contributions into the fund, which can be actually supported through donor institutions and grants, who can actually come in and say, we will put in our money into this fund, which will be invested into certain products, and the returns from this fund can be used to alleviate some of the needs for persons with disabilities. So I think it's very much possible from a social angle, and we've seen products such as social bonds for women empowerment. We've seen social bonds for other social and social needs, and I think there is potential for us to sit down as capital market stakeholders as well as government and say, what can we create that will specifically go towards people with disabilities, especially now that there are certain exemptions that are being put in place. I think we can rechannel those funds or seed a fund that can be listed, and people who want to even support persons with disability can contribute towards the fund, but the fund will be invested in a manner that provides returns and is able to cater to the needs of persons with disability. So I think it's very, very doable.
It's possible.
It's possible.
Okay, yeah. Thank you for that. Evans, maybe you can specifically speak to it with regard to the social protection and trying to achieve something like that for our country here, or different counties.
Yes, so I can speak to that. I think those are really good points that have been raised, and also a lot of good comments made across the room as well. So I think what we know, for instance, is that the Department of Social Protection has a budget of about 9 billion that is that's supposed to be spread over 5 years. And essentially, if you think about it, some of these funds would be then available for providing this kind of facility. I think something else that is clear is that over and above these persons with disabilities, the recent bill that was passed, 2025, even at the county government level, I mean, suddenly I've seen, I believe, Tharaka-Nithi and I forget the other county. I suppose it is widespread, but there are very specific bills or policies being developed even at county level to sort of provide for this. I suppose, I mean, if I was to think about it, I would say that there is two things that can happen. One of them is a model where either we are relying on the state and or donors to sort of come in and provide or plug that particular gap. You know, as was rightly mentioned, the thing is that there are a lot of proposals in place, and as also was raised, the idea would be to tackle it from a policy standpoint. If I can give an example of maybe what we've seen happen in other markets is where maybe a certain percentage, in Uganda, they did something very interesting, specifically within pensions that perhaps could be implemented here. So the way they did it was they said, okay, fine, we are going to approach, this one was targeted towards farmers, and we're going to provide solutions for farmers. We will help you get access to market, we will give you an input, and we will help you sell, but from the sales that you are making, we are going to withhold a certain percentage, and that particular percentage is going to be allocated towards a pension fund or scheme product. I think one model therefore that perhaps we could look at here is, for instance, we know that there are percentage of business that is reserved, maybe from a tendering perspective or the other, like under AGPO, the specific contracts of business that have been earmarked for certain groups, including persons with disabilities. Part of it could actually be a model where from that particular budget, a certain amount is going to be hived off and used to or contributes to this pool. So if it is a contract or a tender of say 200 million, within that particular budget, there should be say like a 2% or 3% provision, and those funds will go into this particular pool. I think the last point I would also make, because I know we're short of time, we're just spitballing here on ideas. Something that is key is what can we also start ourselves? Because for some of the products, I think there's the DRAF and the DPO, which are international programs but provide grants for something such as what we're talking about. They would potentially come into something that is already existing. So the idea that was given about pooling together, either as caregivers or pooling together as advocates for persons with disabilities, or even as groups, coming up with a proposal or a plan that we're saying this is a fund that is going to allow us to be able, our members to be able to get LPO financing, for instance, for them to service this 30% tenders that is available to them. Once you start that and you have a model that is already working, it is much easier to raise funding, external funding, than if you're starting from scratch and it is still at a concept level. So I would just think that maybe these are some approaches that we can take, and more than happy to work with you and work with whatever teams to sort of like brainstorm and think about ideas to make this possible.
Thanks. Could you please just repeat those two organizations that you mentioned that potentially, once you're started, you could petition?
Yeah, so this is an international fund. This is the DRAF, Disability Rights Action Fund. And you can also check out the DPO. I believe it's Disability Protection Oversight Committee. I'll confirm these. We can maybe share those on social media. But the general idea here is if we have a model that is already working, then we can actually approach some of these organizations and ask for some of these grants to be given to our businesses. And again, they represent models that can be implemented, working in the market today.
All right, thank you. Josephat, I want to speak to you or ask you specifically around employability. How have you made, or how have you made yourself employable in the general job market, and how do you compete beyond, the gentleman had mentioned taking advantage of the 5% employability for PWDs in specific organizations, but outside of that, in business, in the gig economy, in starting businesses, how do you compete and set yourself aside and be able to earn enough money? What does that look like?
Thank you. First of all, the first thing the first situation I put myself in is to understand my ability, so that I can put my ability out there and I can put the energy that I have out there and reach out to people that I'm able to reach out to. So how I put myself out there is or how I make myself competitive is through having ideas that can solve problems. Regardless of the challenge that I have, it's basically having ideas that can solve problems, and in this case is disability solutions. Second is, of course, the society sees people with disabilities as inspiration in all aspects. So I try as much as possible to commercialize my inspiration. So regardless of how many people want to see me as an inspiration, I try to put that as a way of improving my income through that. In an instance where let's say I'll be invited somewhere to share my life story, I won't just allow myself to share the life story free of charge. So I commercialize the inspiration that I have because it's my story, so I sell a story. Thirdly, I believe as a person with disabilities, I have a competitive advantage on any other person who is non-disabled. So the general human being will want to support either my business or will want to support my initiative to support the person who is non-disabled. So I take advantage of that as well. Yes.
Thank you for that. I don't know if, I hope that provides some context and an answer. Abby, the question I want to put to you is a question I'd read out here earlier. The lady who was trying to figure out her budget and saying she's making all of her money and all of her money is going into medical expenses. There's no support from family. There's no side hustle. I mean, what can she do to get underneath this debt? And unfortunately here, for someone like who's differently abled or who's abled, my debt isn't tied to my existence, as opposed to here where the debt that I'm in is purely because of medical expenses. I cannot escape it. So what's the way out there?
All right, thank you, Barack. I wrote a few things that came from that note. And the first thing, of course, I would like to do is to pass my empathy, because when you find yourself in a place like what she described or he described, we could say in financial terms you're in a crisis. When we're doing financial advisory for individuals, most of the time you have to gauge where is the person. Are you stable or are you unstable? There are various levels you're in. And moving on now to, he mentioned about debt. And I'm putting in mind that this is debt probably that has come from having the special needs. However, we are speculating. So at this point, I would say audit, and audit again your expenses. Are they all related to this? Because sometimes we may specialize our problems and think this is just us. But if you do a bit of research and audit, you'll find some of the actions or the things you're doing are common to man, or many people are doing them and they are finding themselves in that problem. So this is me saying that it's imperative for you to find a financial advisor to sit down with that can get to the root of the problem, because you mentioned that you have a job, you have an income, and this income, you structure it, but no matter what you do is not enough. You still find yourself borrowing to meet the needs. So that means it's not possible to answer the question without more data. So it's important for you to have a financial advisor. Now let me say something about debts. There are different types of debts. And debt is not bad overall. It is the high interest debt that cripples us. And it takes away your power to even invest or live a normal life. And it sends you to a place where we can say you are desperate or in despair. So the only cure to debt is to pay. So we need to ask ourselves, how do we pay this debt? Which brings me to number one option, Maybe consider low interest debts from time to time, like join a SACCO, number one, that you can save and then maybe take cheaper credit. Because some of the interest rates that we are seeing on the mobile loans especially, it is hitting almost like 200% of interest, the highest I saw recently. So without knowing, you're just taking it thinking it's just an advance. But in the end, the repetitive action of taking it over and over and over, if you run through the year taking and paying, you'll have paid a very high interest. And then be aware of what is available for you. I think the key word here also is awareness. Are you aware of maybe some benefits you are not claiming? Like today I've been made aware of the bill. I had not read it, and I'm very excited to hear about it, so I'll read it and maybe enlighten other people. Are you aware of maybe you have something you can claim from there? But the biggest one, even as I read through that, is this whole situation can be solved in 3 ways. Number one, a financial advisor to take you through, and there are many out there. It doesn't have to be very expensive because we're in a crisis. Number two, low interest debts. Enter SACCO or start saving small in a SACCO where you can access cheap credit. And number three, get into this business of side hustle. You're not said there is no side hustle. Sometimes when you're in debt, you have to get that extra income so that you can be able to pay the debt. But overall, I think if there is an income, that's the beauty of what you said. If there is an income somewhere, then there is hope. It would have been very bad if there was no income. So I know I've said a lot of things, and they were mouthy, but just to recap is audit, maybe with a special person who understands finances, and see where are the debts coming from. Number two, become aware of what you can be able to claim, and then go for the low interest debt, not the high interest debt. Yeah, thank you. Someone would like to add something?
Yes, so the next set of questions I will then bring up were the elements around potential, the schooling systems and what potentially can be done with regard to the schooling systems, and especially when it comes to them being able to offer therapeutic services and what that looks like. The other element was around the insurance cover and the benefits and what potentially can be done there to ensure that it's inclusive and takes into account all PWD needs. And then there's a question I have online here as well, where someone says, I'm a parent of a CP child. How can I start a business using my child's disability certificate, since I need funds to take care of my needs and my child's needs, since now she will only benefit with it at 18? So I will ask that set of questions to you.
Thank you very much. If I heard you correct, the first one was on pooling. Actually, as we stand here, we as the National Council for Persons with Disabilities are encouraging the parents, the caregivers, to come together so that at least you can start something that is beneficial, even for purposes of, uplifting each other's morally, emotionally. We call it emotional support. So you find there are so many parents who've come together, they formed groups, and out of those groups you can be funded by the National Council to do something, but you must also show us what you need to do. And also we are finding also the parents who have maybe common they have children with common disabilities, let's say like cerebral palsy. You can come and tell us, we need to celebrate, we need to pass information to other parents, and we are also funding on that. You find that we fund for calendar days. We have several calendar days. We have for those ones who are blind, we have days for the blind. We have the days for those ones who have physical disabilities. For those ones, those ones in wheelchairs, we have those days, and the National Council funds that. So you can come together, pull together the small resources that you do, then uplift each other emotionally. There is that question on whether you can use your child's certificate to open a business. Of course you can. You'll be the caregiver. You'll be the person who is kind of taking care of that business for the purpose of the child. Because, of course, we know that some of the disabilities that we have, they are quite challenging to a point that the parent is not able, or the caregiver is not able to do anything else. So we allow for a parent to run a business for the child. So that one is perfectly in order. And there was that one, I don't know whether I got it well.
I think you've covered them all, if I'm not mistaken. I believe you have.
But what I would urge again, for all those caregivers who have children who are 18 years and older, ensure that that child has an ID card, regardless of the type of disability. That one should not bother you, but ensure that that child is an entity, someone who can be, who can be counted. So ensure they have an ID card, open for them the e-citizen account, and ensure that everything you are doing legally for that child. So do not say that my child can't do anything, they are over 18, but they can't get an ID because they can't use it. They will use it. You will use it on their behalf, and you'll be able to take care of that child. There is someone who had talked about opening maybe a home for children. Right now, there is a care reform strategy from the Ministry of, from our ministry under the State Department for Children's Services that is discouraging opening of institutions to care for children. Right now, actually, we are deinstitutionalizing the children. So you'll find, in as much as you may want to do that, unless you open what we call respite care homes. And respite care homes, what they do is that you come up as you come as a group. It's very, very beneficial because you can come, you can form a way that someone will be taking care of the children while others go to for the side houses or whatever you need to do. Then you come up with a system that there always be some caregivers who are left behind to take care of your children as the rest goes to do something. I know there is a Catholic church at Tasia that does that for parents. You go drop your child there, then you go and look for something, at least for some income for the child. So the respite care homes are the ones maybe we could be thinking about instead of opening a home for children with disabilities.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Let me just do the last round of questions. This is the last round of questions because we do need to move on to the next segment. So let me just read the ones that I have. I'll read them all, and then we can assign them, and then we can finish. So the first one here is from a parent of an IDD. And so her question or concern is around, and this would be to you, Ms. Jane, her question is around, there's KELEA and then there's KEPSEA. And these, I guess she's saying, are exams that are offered for education. And blind students have Braille, deaf students have sign language. And so she's wondering about IDDs and how their examination process can be taken into account, and whether it's possible to think about oral examinations and how you can rope in NEC for that. So there's a question on that. The next question is there an organization that can support children who cannot be able to go to school? Example, Blind Children for the Poor. Are you also and are these organizations also reaching rural areas, or how have people in rural areas been helped? There's a question here which, can caregivers be allowed to run their businesses without interferences from Kanjo? If yes, what are the procedures to be followed? Next question. is I am a single mom caregiver to a 9-year-old daughter with cerebral palsy. I lost my job last year through retrenchment, and I haven't managed to secure a new job due to the challenges of taking care of my child, as I have to request for 2 days of the week to take her for therapy. I have used all my savings for the past 1 year, and the only funds I have are now in my personal pension, which I wanted to withdraw some amount to start a side hustle. Kindly advise or guide the best investment product to secure my pension savings and help me generate some income. So this I put to either Evans or Abby or Gift. And next question, I think this is the final question I have here, is I'm a caregiver to a 33-year-old with intellectual disability. There's a word here I cannot quite read, but there are 3 questions. 1, who qualifies for the, I can't read the word, something Jamie Cash criteria is followed. The second, according to the new bill, can I access my government hospital for free? Number 3, which will be dealt with the KRA when they come in the next session, which is clarity on tax exemption and length. They will be here to talk about that. Then the last question is, if I start a small business for him, how do I go about getting the exemption? So again, that comes here. So maybe I'll start with the question around the pension and the savings and what they can potentially do. Then we'll come to the more technical stuff.
Yeah, so it's a difficult situation, but certainly one that can be overcome. I think the main, I suppose it really would be a function of whether or not you would have access to these funds in the first place, because there tends to be a rule around access of these pensions being either a function of, number 1, having hit a retirement age, so say achieved, say if it's 50 years, that was early retirement, those funds would be available to you, and if it was a provident fund. The other one would be in debilitating cases, specifically around, like a medical need that might require or that might allow you to tap into that. So it would be a conversation you could have with the provider of that particular individual pension plan and see if it is possible to access it. Now, I think it comes back to the conversation we've had, and it's really around whether you can use your current skill set or something that you're passionate about to convert that into sort of a craft that can pay you over time. I think sometimes you can get impatient around how much money we will make, and based on how quickly the money is coming in. So it's about starting small and growing over time, over and above what you might have. I think the last point in terms of like what would be the best investment to make, if the assumption is that you're drawing down from your pension and then putting those funds into available investments, I mean, be that money market fund or I suppose, which would be most prudent in this case, the risk that you run with accessing your pension early is that there is a tax implication. So if you try and get this money so that you can invest it elsewhere, you run the risk of taking a huge hit on your tax. I think that might be about 20-25% reduction on what you've been able to put away so far, which is very expensive if you think about it. So I think in a nutshell what I would say, and is what we were trying to emphasize early on, was that to the extent that we've put this money away for a rainy day, as much as possible we should try and desist from tapping or accessing those funds, unless, like I was saying, like it is like a medical emergency that really needs us, we need to pay these bills. But beyond that, I think it's for us to try and see where else we can get income from. I know that's not the answer that you might be looking for, but I honestly believe that that is the answer that is most prudent, because these funds you have been putting away for a reason, and it is at that point in time that you will realize how important it was for you not to draw down on those. I don't know if there's anybody else.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, that's fine. So essentially you're saying that despite how desperate it may seem or look for her, that she would be better off still trying to find extra income or new income streams rather than taking stuff from the pension, and that ultimately if she does take stuff from the pension, there'll be a penalty and potentially have future ramifications, right?
100%. Yep.
Okay, fantastic. Let's just have these.
Okay, thank you. I'll start with the parent who talked about IDD, that is intellectual disabilities. You'll find first, the parent, you're the first kind of, you are the best place to understand your child. So if a child has an intellectual disabilities, you'll be able to, to take out what is unique with that child. And that way you'll be able to know where you can maybe place that child. You've talked about, about whether we have examinations, but for us, for the system in Kenya, it's geared towards vocational training as opposed to the actual examination. But right now, under the CBC, I'm finding that you'll be able to get a lot of talents that have been hidden because the curriculum is geared toward activity-based issues, so you'll be able to get to know exactly what your child can do. But right now, what we are looking at is for vocational training, and we are encouraging the parents. If you find that your child can do something, then we have so many vocational training centers within our country, and we are able to kind of point you in the right direction. So. Another person asked about whether we have organizations that take care of children with intellectual disabilities.
Yes, who cannot go to school. Children who are not able to go to school.
Now, that one I'll still tie to what I'm talking about. You may find we have some children who may not benefit at all, even in the vocational field. Because like now, someone who has a very severe cerebral palsy, the only thing now is to try to make them as comfortable as possible and ensure that they are taken really good care of. But then you may find another child with an intellectual disability who may be able to do something. And that is what you should capitalize on and try to, to uplift them as much as possible, try to support them as much as possible. We have the organizations, but sometimes you'll find that for this ourselves, the low-income person, you may not be able to afford such an institution because of the high costs that are incurred or that are being asked by that particular organization. So there's someone who asked about how they can operate a business, or a caregiver, how they can operate a business without interferences by Kanjo. We used to have a very robust system until, and I'm talking about Nairobi now, I'm not talking about any other county, until the governor decided to remove the people from the street. What we used to do is that we used to write a letter recommending a parent or a caregiver or that person who has a disability to get a waiver for the licenses and everything. And then they could take it to the town clerk and they would be written another letter saying that they've been, the fees have been waived. So when they get that letter, then it means that you're not going to be bothered. But right now they want to remove everyone from the CBD, and that one is bringing a lot of problems because you find persons with disabilities are not able to, to run around. So we are still in talks to see the best way that we can do, because the back streets that have been allocated, you find someone with using a tricycle is not able to operate from a back street. So those ones are still things that we are, there are talks in progress, and we are hoping that you are going to get a solution real soon. There's that a parent who has a 33-year-old. She takes care of a 33-year-old and how she can get cash transfer. Sometimes cash transfer, the way it has been structured is that it has to be for that person who is really, really needy. But I know all of us, especially the caregivers who have children with severe disabilities, we are needy. But then again, you may find someone who is really in dire need of that money. So what happens is that we target households because as I know we have the new act, and I also, and I'm sorry to admit this, I've not really gone in depth. But I know the cash transfers will still be there, but the criteria that is going to be used may be different than what we were using earlier. We were targeting households, and if we determine that maybe you are needy enough, then that is the person who is going to get that cash transfer. Unfortunately, the cases that we have are so many, such that we are not able, the funds that are there are not able to adequately cater for any other person. So that's why you'll find some people are going to get the cash transfer, other people are not able to get cash transfer. And another thing is that the targeting of households is not done yearly. Like now, it has been done after 10 years. So we don't know the next one will be done after how long, and whether we'll have enough money to cater to maybe bring up on board other people. Another person asked about whether they'll be accessing hospitals for free. There is a little bit of a catch. Our level of the lower level hospitals, that is level 1, level 2, and level 3, are the ones that are free of charge. But then you find that level 1 is run by maybe a nurse. Level 2 has maybe a clinical officer. Level 3 may have a clinical officer or something. So the quality of of treatment that you are going to get in level 1 and 2 and 3 may not be as good as level 4 and level 5. But you find that when you go to level 5, you'll get the charges. But what we are urging people is that when your child gets to 18 years, you are required to register them for SHA, and they'll be getting the treatments for free. But then by the end of the month, you'll be contributing something small for this particular child. There's someone who asked how they can get exemption on businesses. The business has to be registered, so it has to be. You have to go to the registrar of companies and register your business. When you register your business, then automatically it will be assumed that you'll be paying tax on that business. So while you are, you're paying tax on the business, then you come and request for exemption of paying the tax. So you'll come with a certificate and go to eCitizen and follow the exemption processes that there are there. So that one, it can't be an informal business, it has to be a formal business. I know most of us have very many informal businesses, but if it is not formal, it is not formalized, then you can't enjoy tax exemption. You have to formalize it first to enjoy that service. And I think that is true.
That is it, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you for everyone who's participated, who has put their questions together. The panel, as they walk off, are going to be available. So if you do have questions that you have not been answered, please feel free to reach out to them individually and ask them the questions individually. So first, may I please just ask you to give me a round of applause for the panel as they get off the stage.
I wanted to talk about something very, very small. I know we are very short of time. We have a program that is called Autism and Other Related Developmental Disabilities, and we offer, together with KISE, we offer services. We offer therapy services, and we offer medication. So if you have a child who has not been mapped, you can see us, myself and my colleague here, Emma, and we can take you through what you need to do. Thank you.
Thank you. So actually on that, is there a way to have that, to deal with someone online? Because someone actually has asked a question just now that has direct relation to that. They are online, and they've literally just asked about mapping of autistic children. Yeah.
That is, the mapping is an ongoing process, so they can see us anytime. They can come to our offices. I said we are at Nyayo House, 6th floor, room 1, and it's something that just takes a few minutes. But also if they are taking medication, they have to have their prescription with them. And also the type of therapist that they need, you have to be very, very clear so that at least we know exactly what kind of service you need.
Okay, thank you very much. A round of applause again, please. Thank you. I'll have Moses come back onto the stage, who will just have a small icebreaker before we move to the next segment. Thank you.
Thank you. Habari zenyu? Acha niongee lugha ya mtaa, because most of you mko mnasema muelewi some few things. Acha niongee Kiswahili, nikimix. First of all, ningewaambia shukrani sana kwa kukuja KISE. Tunashukuru sana hii wakati yenye mmededicate kukuja hapa. We don't take it for granted. Tunashukuru sana na tunawapenda. Na KISE ni institution ya serikali. So everything unaona huku vile imerembeka kabisa, ini nini ya serikali. Na you're free to come here. Mmeambiwa services ni bure. Hydrotherapy, physiotherapy, hizo zote. Kuja tu kwa assessment center, you can walk in as a book na unakuja. So for this icebreaker, ningependa Barak, you have to join me for the icebreaker. Let me ambush you. You'll have to join me, and then the sign language interpreter, kindly. Kuja, Vivian. Come here. So, I want to teach all of you sign language. Sawa? Including Barak. Ndio akienda kwa hiyo podcast, anasalimia watu na sign language, ana enhance inclusivity. Are you ready? Sawa. The first word nataka ajue ni hello. How to say hello? Hello. Nyi wote mfanye hivyo? Hiyo ni kusalimia mtu. Usi-interpret, we onesha tu the language. So hello, fanya hello. Hello, Mona. Mwenyako blind, the person next to you, amshike mkono amsaidie. So tukue inclusive. Mwenyako next to the person amsaidie. So hiyo ni hello. Na pia unaweza fanya hivi, like simple greetings. Unafanya hivi. Hello. Yeah. Then another one ni welcome. How do you say welcome in sign language? Welcome. 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 So turudie welcome. Welcome. Aya, hiyo ingine ni good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Your sun imerise. So good, this is good. Ukifanya hivi ni good, namaanisha good. So ukiambia mtu you are good ni hivi. Then morning, jua imepanda. Jua imepanda sasa. Umeshika hiyo? Good morning tena. Acha tu simple. Aya, good afternoon. Afternoon. Jua imeenda hivyo. Sawa. Alafu good evening. Evening. Jua imeenda chini kabisa. Yeah. I think that's enough for now. Maybe uko na moja utafundishana moja tu.
Maybe when you want to say thank you, you say thank you. With a smile, thank you. Yeah.
Na ukitaka kuambia mtu anakaa beautiful.
When you want to tell a person you look beautiful, you say you look beautiful. You look beautiful. You look beautiful. Yes.
Sawa. So utatumia hiyo kwa podcast. And then one thing maybe I need to mention, tumeongea about inclusion kwa serikali in terms of employment, and maybe my colleague from the National Council, you didn't mention that National Council has 40% employees who have disabilities, and that's a really nice number, and we congratulate you for that. KISE as well, pia tuko na a huge number, we have 12%, and in most government institutions hiyo ni very high. Because unapata public service unapata ni 1.4, but National Council wana push for more persons with disability kukuwa engaged na kuwa employed. So with that short icebreaker, I want to introduce KRA, Stephen Mwaneki. And then after KRA, we'll have National Council, Emma Bosire. And I believe mulikuja hapa for majority of your questions vile mmeuliza hapo kwa panel, mmeuliza mostly matters doing with KRA na National Council. And I believe they will settle everything. So as we give them time, nani anaweza nikumbusha good morning? Nikumbushe good morning. Unagonga, then jua. Yeah. Now thank you. How do you say thank you? Thank you. Welcome. Kama tunaambia Steven welcome. Alafu Steven asiaongee lugha ya mtaa kidogo kidogo pia. Sawa. Thank you, Steven.
Good afternoon. Mko salama? Mko fiti? Mko shwari? Mko bomba? Yes. So first and foremost, I'm Stephen Mwaniki. So I'm Stephen Mwaniki from Micro and Small Taxpayers Department. So basically taxpayer experience is our division. And of course, my mandate is now to now talk about tax, just sensitize everyone regarding to their different tax obligations. So we actually work closely with now NCPWD just to ensure that we facilitate those that need exemptions. So anyone who is employed, so remember it is an incentive that now KRA gives just to ensure that you reserve that income to now engage into your different projects. So one of the just the few criteria that you need to meet, one is you need to register your business. Sai, we have what we call ease of doing business, meaning that you go to a citizen, unaenda pale kwa a citizen, you apply for a baby, inaweza kuwa ni kampuni ama a business name. Now, when you have a business name, you will be able now to add it to your source of income, meaning sasa utakuwa na biashara, si ndio? Number two, filing a return is very, very important because it now gives information to KRA that one, you are willing to be compliant, because sasa hiyo compliance, it will also be a requirement when you're applying for a tax exemption. Number two, you need to demonstrate that you're employed because tutahitaji nini? Pay slip. Sindio? Then with a pay slip, now you can now go to the employer, akuandikie barua, that now you'll actually take it to the council, so that now they can now commence their application. Now, because now, since now the act has come by, so we'll expect to have a few changes. So based on what has been happening is anyone who is employed and has a tax exemption, they're actually exempted on 150,000 of their taxable income. We usually call that the first taxable income, meaning that 150, if you earn less than 150, you'll not get a tax deduction. Now, anyone who is in business, that 150, it is on monthly basis. Now, at the end of the year, you will benefit from 1.8 million. So anyone who is in business and also anyone who is employed. So on just to note that one, you need to be registered. So I'll also share the materials. I hope they are visible, so we'll also give this to your respective team leads just to ensure that you appreciate that KRA, thinks about you, and also it is mindful of your well-being. So I'm going just to focus mostly on income tax exemptions. So the rest I will just interpret here too, but because we know it's in the afternoon, kuna kitu inaitwa law of diminishing returns, sindio? So sitaki kuwa bombard with so much information mpaka ukitoka hapo you can't even remember my name, you can't remember what I said, sindio? So just I will try to be brief ndio nisitupe mtu under the bus. Yeah, and also remember just to have a good exemption. Kuna hiyo exemption from car import. So if you're interested to get a car that is modified to your needs, so you can actually get that facility. Now, so remember, exemption it's been way back based on now the different acts. So the one that mostly introduced the tax exemption, it is usually the Persons with Disability Act for 2003. So that is now the commencement. That is when we started having that engagement with now the disability framework. So remember now it is an order that provides persons with disability with an exemption. So back in the days, you had to apply, then the CS or Minister of Finance had to now go through and approve. So back in the days, we used to have 3. We used to have 2. They used to be full and partial. But now, based on now the different, based on now the medical report, NCPWD would now advise KRA on basically whether you require for full or partial. So again, now sasa hii nafikiri move to the digital era. So back in the days, it used to be manual. You had to start from the council. They give you a letter, then they send you to a facility for medical assessment. Then when they meet, now now you present the medical reports now to the board. So now the board will deliberate for, I think it used to be a week or 2 to now give you or grant you this exemption. Now, this exemption, it is valid for 5 years, meaning that it will cover you for the next 5 years. But remember that you need to begin the procedure of renewal 6 months before it expires. I know because of now the enhancements, probably through a citizen would expect that now the process will be a bit simpler, just to ensure there is no much interruption. So again, based on now the last financial year, I know we had some issues to do with now the certificates that were issued with KRA, and also some had now been issued through e-citizen. But as per now, I think that glitch has been resolved. So again, this is just to ensure that, one, we are mindful of now just to ensure that you feel part and parcel of the community. And of course, just what recently happened in the 8th of May by the President, just to agree to sign into law, and also some of the comments that he made when we had the recent speech, just to ensure that now employers, we will not be expected to now deduct such emoluments when it comes to now salaries for mostly people who are disabled. So what actually is in place is now talks just to ensure that we, have it in law, because one is having it as an act. It looks good on paper, but again, it has to be realized so that it can be a benefit to all, of which we as KRA have had talks with the council just to ensure, even now, to bring in more incentives, just to ensure we are mindful of now the caregivers, and of course now that exemption should also extend to those who actually take care of those who are abled or disabled. Remember, we should not use abled differently. So I will not just go step by step, but I will just paraphrase just to ensure I give you the key highlights. So again, the exemption, it is renewable. So the reason why it is renewable, because there are some maybe some conditions you could be having, then with time you normalize. So again, it's just good for KRA to take stock on this exemption. So there's been hue and cry for those who are permanent, what should happen. So again, we're waiting for further talks just to ensure that for those who are permanent, it becomes seamless when now you are trying to now have it replaced to now take effect in the next 5 years. So again, mostly the incomes that will benefit. One is in the event that you have a biashara, or you are a professional, could be you have a school, you have an entity too, employment income, then of course rent income. So again, now for rental, it will come to help in the event that now you are filing under the annual regime, because now for monthly rental income, we currently don't have it as an exemption, but in the event that you have an exemption, please write to KRA to opt out for the monthly regime, so that you're able now to benefit from these exemptions. Now, for those who are in the money market, or you earn dividends in the event that the withholding is final, when you have an exemption, of which that is where you stand to benefit, you'll not be eligible for tax. So again, mostly the biggest workforce actually is actually those who have exemption. The bigger part is those who are in formal employment, meaning every month they have they're paid by the employer. So it is such an incentive just to ensure that anyone who is employed and has an exemption, at least this benefit will be able now to give this person disposable income to engage in other initiatives. Could be money market, could be, side hustles. So meaning it will give him an added edge compared to anyone who is normal. So again, this is just, so there's been talks to now ensure that now it's, there was, I think, a proposal in Parliament. I don't know whether it took the light of day to double it to 300,000 mostly per month, but that we'll see how it will flow. Because now the people that you put in power, they're the ones who have an effect on what will be passed. So basically, what they've mentioned, mostly the Provident Fund, or mostly what we call post-retirement medical fund. Now, this is whereby anyone who contributes to a pension, you may decide is apart from now you contributing to a pension, you can decide to do a top-up. Now, when you do a top-up, you may now request now for you to build under the post-retirement medical fund. Yes, you'll contribute every month, but again, when you retire, apart from you having your lump sum, because remember in your sunset days, you will be closer to a hospital than closer to your business, right? Because of course, miaka ikiendelea una realize skari ndio hiyo, ka pressure ndio wako, si ndio? Mobility imekuwa issues, how if you used to be efficient kuko barabara, you know, there's like life imekuslowisha down. So this is one way that you can make sure that yes, you will retire na pengine upate, so let's say 5 million. From now your bulk, or whatever you'll get as your pension. Now, apart from your, let's say 5 million your pension, you'll actually get 3 million based on what utakome contribute to act as your buffer when it comes to your medical, meaning that you will be able now to benefit from having your own insurance, right? This will also help watu wa community. See, every time anapelekwa sijui wapi, so unapata umeadiwa kwa WhatsApp group tumchangie pesa ya dawa, you get. But now, since you're young and energetic, you can also contribute to now this fund. And also, number 2, if you have, let's say, a sibling that could be they are disabled, you can also use this fund to also, after you have retired, you know, when you retire, you be less active. So you can also use this fund to make sure that you cater for medical expenses zake. Now, so this is currently our tax bands. So these ones you can read more on the Income Tax Act under the 3rd schedule. This is how we as anyone who is employed are actually taxed. We have now the monthly and we have the annual. So remember, if you have an exemption, unless now you earn above 1.8, let's say when you have an excess of tax of, let's say 1 million, so instead of you paying 1 million, it will be exempt, so you will not be taxed, since the limit is 1.8 million. Now, tax relief is an incentive to anyone who is a Kenyan. And if you are in business, you are expected to now claim tax relief when you're filing a return. Number 2, we also have reliefs based on insurance. Now, if you take an insurance, let's say umechukua ile ya education for your sibling, could be your spouse, then of course, if it, as long as you contribute, you are entitled to claim this relief. It is very, very important. So again, now the capping means that any policy that you stand to claim for insurance apart from SHIF and affordable housing, based on last year, has to have a maturity for at least 10 years. So you'll be expected now to now benefit from that, because now when you contribute, you do not pay. So ikimature, that is when you'll get a withholding of 15%. So again, now for those who basically it began in 2007. So again, it's been revamped just to ensure that now you are able now to take care of now your siblings. Now, for mostly for disability, so mostly for those who are in business, the tax will only affect their taxation. So in the event that they operate either as a sole business, or they have a partnership income. And of course, those who have side hustles, please apply for these exemptions so that you're able to have more money in your pocket. Now, mostly for sole proprietor, you'll actually you'll claim that exemption related to any taxable income that you may have. But what does not really apply is when you have no source of income, meaning you'll not be eligible to have this exemption. But remember, for VAT does not cover exemption. So for VAT, it is mostly tax on consumption. So again, VAT we will not cover you for exemption. VAT utaenda ni Quickmart na exemption, umefanya shopping alafu unaambia sifai kulipa VAT, niko na exemption. So income si VAT. VAT ni tax on consumption, si ndio? So hata ukinunua hii maji ama let's say umekuja na Uber, then ukienda kulipa unapata kwa email imekutumia hiyo receipt. Sasa unaanza kucomplain kwa mtu wa Uber, mbona amekucharge VAT na uko exempt. So exemption is on your income, not on consumption. Uko pamoja? Yeah. So mostly this is what you should be mindful. So for filing, as long as you have a PIN, as long as you have what? You have a PIN, sawa? It does not matter kama unatumianga hiyo PIN. You know, we have the Kenyan language. You'll be mindful of something yenye uwa unatumia, right? But as long as you have a PIN, the law requires that you should file a tax return. If you fail to file a tax return, ukienda ukufile exemption, tutakwambia uko na penalties, and you'll not be eligible for that exemption. So one is you apply for a PIN. Number two, file your return kama uko na madeni utulipe before tuku exempt, because that is how it works. Now, accurate reporting is whereby we expect you to be as truth as possible, because we know how Kenyans are. Anaweza kuwa mmechapa deal ya 10 million, but anaangalia naona KRA haijui nilichapa deal ya 10 million, they declare just 4 million, but in the event tuko na hiyo information, we'll raise an assessment. Now, of course, any penalty related to tax avoidance, hiyo kitakuramba, will deny you that exemption. So again, you should make sure that self-return is very, very important, because one of the requirements mostly if you are in business, we will request you to provide a proof that umekuwa ukideclare business income for at least 3 years, apart from bank statements or records, just to ensure that umekuwa ukideclare for return purposes. So again, based on now the new act, so again, nimependa how it will ensure that it will now give at least 5% to all employment regards to anyone either from public sector or national government. So I hope at least that will be well facilitated. But at least within our offices, we have tried, like mostly in Times Tower, we have a desk for anyone who is different. Of course, now we have tried to, maybe we have a ramp where they can easily navigate through, and we used to have a lift which is dedicated for them. So now they'll only need to go to ground floor in the event that you'd want to get a service. Haya, ukimalizia, exemption for mostly those that would want to get cars. Of course, when you go to malls, to supermarkets, mostly we have slots for people who are disabled, sindio, na wako na magari, sindio. Advantage ni they don't pay for parking, sindio. Number 2 ni they don't struggle to look for parking, sindio. Sisi wenyewe tukingangana unatumwa one corner to another to look for parking. At least how they are considered, because it does not mean that we are supposed to treat them differently, but we are supposed to empower them, to encourage them, so that wasifeel ni kama wako different. Because sometimes we may assume that they are supposed to be better than we are, but again, in the real sense, is just to make sure that there is that aspect of equity and equality. So just to rush on the exemptions. So one, you'd have to now identify a car through various online, maybe for example, SBT, umeenda identify your gari, then now it is customized to your usability or mobility, lack of maybe a suitable word. Then you need to have a certificate from a registered doctor, preferably from Bagathi, KNH, or Mama Lucy. Then a letter from the association that now recommends you to actually have that car. Then of course, DL ni muhimu, lazima ukuwe compliant with NTSA, sindio? Since tunajaribu kukusaidia, so make sure that you have the Class H endorsement. So again, the bill of lading mostly ni cost of the vehicle, then invoice, ulinunua hiyo gari how much, based on kama ni ku import. Then of course tax compliance, then of course tax exemption is important. Then of course proof of passage, proof of purchase. Make sure that una provide a copy of money transfer, just to show that you are the one who actually bought the car. Then of course bank statements, just to ensure that we know umekuwa ukiishi aje, isikuwe eti ni pahali umeokota pesa and then you're applying for a car, no? So again, test drive using the modified vehicle, which is suited to your nature of disability. Then of course, remember in the event that you have a car, this car unafaa kuihold for at least 4 years. So in the event that igari umeuza before 4 years, you'll have to meet the duty in full. So this is whereby you import a car that you'll be exempted from customs duty. So you can imagine now that car, it is cheaper for you to buy it because it will be suited for your needs. So in the event that we use it before 4 years the elapse, you will have to meet the duty in full. It is the same way when a council gets a vehicle, inafaa to hold the vehicle for at least 4 years. In the event that itake kuuza hiyo gari na hiyo time haijaisha, they'll be expected now the person who's buying will be expected to pay exemption in full. So that is just a snippet of mostly how we treat tax exemption. So now, again, just to do some key elements. One is you'd have to register your business. Number 2, file your returns. 3, make sure you have a tax compliance. Then number 4, bank statement. Bank statement, it's a idea for you to get funding from other associations, and in the event that you get a grant, how you have been utilizing your grant, just to ensure that when we give you this tax exemption, it will be for your benefit, right? Yes, so allow me now to take your questions regarding taxation. Yes, thank you.
To shift, there's somewhere you talked about allowable reductions, and you talked about contributions made to the SHIF, that's the Social Health Insurance Fund. Now, my question is this: I am a caregiver, and my son, who has cerebral palsy, is 46 years old. And I've been having a challenge with SHA. Actually, I've been going there because they have, according to their policy, anybody who is above 25 years old is supposed to pay for SHA. And I told them, no, my son is 46 years old. He's not working. He depends on me. I cannot afford paying for him because I'm supposed to pay the 300 shillings for him. Actually, he is supposed to pay, but he cannot pay, so I have to pay for him, and I pay for myself. Now, in this case, what will happen? If I pay for him, will he be exempted? Because I think you have covered people who are in employment. But now I'm talking as a caregiver. Thank you.
Remember, again, just exemption is switch. Right? Remember, when you do not have any form of income, how will the exemption apply? Number 2, mostly for SHA. They usually now, in the event that anyone who is, let's say now, you as the contributor, as long as now you have as a dependent, wakifikisha age of 25, they now become adults, meaning that you are expected to now pay for them individually. That is their policy. So what we're waiting is whether they will have a concession on people with disabilities. Again, what I would encourage is make sure that you try and do as much as lobbying to the ministry so that you're able to actually to be heard. Now, the exemption that we offer, it is mostly for anyone who is a contributor, because now an incentive is just to cushion you because you have been contributing. For example, now you'd realize many people who contribute to SHIF or SHA, most of them do not access the same facility, right? So it is how the government is building a kitty for those who will not, who may not even use SHA. Like for example, for me, because I have, let's say, a medical cover from my employer, whatever I contribute to SHA, I may never utilize, right? Meaning that it is expected to be build a cover to cater for those who need more than I do, right? There was a question here. Go ahead.
I have a question. You have talked about the exemption when I buy a car. Swali yangu ni, is it the exemption, will I be exempted if I buy the car locally, ama ni ile tu ya kuimport? Then question 2, you said if I have a business, I'll be exempted from tax. What if I owe an institution like a school? How about it?
Now, exemption, we have exemption on customs duty import. That is the exemption that we're talking about. Number 2, now for you to qualify for an exemption, you'd have to maybe get let's say a vehicle through an entity that has maybe, for example, now this car has been bought by a company, and let's say duty has not been levied, right? So you will be you'll have an exemption from duty. But for a car which is locally manufactured, you see there's no duty. Yes. Yes? Yes, that is, you know, now that will depend on maybe, but again, that car, if you buy it locally, it has to be what? Zero mileage from an entity or a company. But where's the end up Rana Motors and get an Axio, then expect to have that exemption. So it is basically on import, right? Yes. So allow me to maybe, yes?
You have not answered the other question. I asked, you said also I'll receive tax exemption if I owe a business. Now I asked, what about if I have a private school, which is an institution? Will I get that exemption?
Now, as long as the entity is under your name, if you're the one who owns and runs it as a business, if you have that exemption certificate, you'll be exempted on the income. right? You see now what usually happens is you declare your turnover, yeah, then you claim your expenses. Now, the profit, it is what will be subject to tax, right? So that profit now, if it is less than 1.8, it will not be taxed. That is what I mean. There was a question on the blue guy with the jacket. Kindly help me to pass the mic. Yes, allow me to maybe read this quickly. Can a caregiver be exempted from a car import duty, especially for a cerebral palsy needy child who is below 18 years? So now, remember this will be mostly be covered on income on this caregiver. I guess it needs to have a letter to now demonstrate how the car will be of benefit to this caregiver or to this patient. But remember now, hapo kuna a very thin line regards to now having a car to be exempted. But remember, it is closely related when you have a car benefit. Car benefit is whereby you work into a company, then this company has a car, then of course you are assigned to the car. Yes, you use it to come to work, but then you benefit on using it kwenda your other errands. So this becomes a benefit when you actually taxed 2% of the value of the car. But again, for anyone who is buying on behalf to help a needy child, well, we'll have to now seek further regulations to know how the law will have it in place so that we best implement it. But currently, we do not have such a provision, but we'll wait for the legislatures to actually have it in place. Yes, go ahead.
Well, thank you. Allow me just start on exact the same note, Bwana Stephen. Thank you for the info you're sharing.
Yes.
Because I'm a beneficiary of a few of the exemptions that you're mentioning, including of the salary, of the car and such. So it is working, my friends, it's working. But then with that said, I also trust that the 2025 Act that is now allowing caregivers to be exempted, maybe that, through that, once it is well implemented, caregivers would also have that room, because they really struggle a lot when they are taking their children for therapy. And that's why actually we find ourselves requesting them not to come with their children today, because we know the kind of stress and fatigue they go through. If a parent with a child with cerebral palsy who is 20 years, then that means that parent have also been kinda handicapped for the 20 years. So it's very, very important for them to have that exemption. Whatever law that need to be done, then it would be pretty important. But then, having said that, I also would wish to request that as KRA, you find a way to speed, the process of acquiring the exemption. Because sometimes you find that I apply it today, but it takes like 4 or sometimes 5 months. And even worse, there are no even communication to know that now it's on this stage and I should wait more. If there is that kind of structure, it would be easier for me to know, even if I'm waiting for a year, but there's communication, then that would be easier. And then on the same tide on exemption, the institutions that you find that they may not comply to the exemption once it's done, I think there should be something to be done on that to make sure that once a person with a disability presents the exemption, then it is implemented immediately. allow me to mention about accessibility of the of your site. Oh,
Yes.
sorry, I should have actually started by introducing myself. My name is Nyange Moasia. I am an advocate on issues disability inclusion and assistive technology. However, professionally, I am a teacher. I lecture here in KISE. However, as now, I am speaking from an individual perspective, not in representation to the institution I work for. So, as an individual. So, I'm talking about the accessibility of the KRA site. I understand there are some documentation that are putting it to be the best site in terms of accessibility. But when we go to the process of trying to do tax returns, then it becomes a challenge. It is not easy for me to do by myself. I remember sometime had to have someone else do it for me. Then they told me it is through, and later I came to have penalties just because they had not finalized the process. I mean, it would be good if the accessibility of the site is not confirmed by any other person, but by the users. Again, allow me to mention about accommodation of assistive devices. I understand the National Council is already preparing a list of more updated, an update of a list. I mean, they are updating the list of the items considered as assistive devices. I would request that as they do the same, you kindly collaborate with them so that we can have a device like a laptop considered as an assistive device, because for many persons with disability, that becomes a tool to study and even to work. Allow me also mention about the education things that you are doing here, which is very good. Creating awareness is very good, but you find that utaweza kutuambia mambo mengi, and remember you are talking to people with disabilities. Wengine wetu wanaweza kuwa na intellectual disability. I recommend kwamba uweze consider kuangalia kutengeneza a simpler text, or rather I call it easy to read educational material. Ili unapata ni maybe 1, 2 or a maximum of 3 pages ambayo iko na the information that you'll be sharing, ili ikuwe rahisi kuweza kuelewa. Otherwise tutatoka hapa na ulize mtu ulisema nini na akuwe kumbuki chochote. Otherwise, I'm so grateful. Thank you for the opportunity. Nyange Mwasia again is my name.
Thank you. One is now the system has been re-engineered. One is through e-citizen, just to ensure now the processing of now the exemptions will not take long. I assure you that. And also number 2, we have a team called Citizen Relations and Content Generation that they are trying to simplify content to now suit the disability. We are in talks with now the Kenya Sign Language. We realize that it is a language on its own. So we also have various people who help to now navigate and also interpret. So since I am short of time, allow me to stop there, and also I will be available to now respond to your questions. Thank you. Now, also, thank you for your time. Remember, just before I finish, we have tax amnesty. Tax amnesty stands to now vacate your penalties and interest, income, 2023 na huko nyuma. So in the event that you have been a nil filer, you have been afraid of filing nil returns in terms of income tax, feel free to file, then you'll benefit from the tax amnesty. Again, if you have tax to pay which are under the amnesty, I'm sorry, you have until 30th of June. So that 30th of June ikipita, si itabidi upambane. This was passed using now by the Tax Laws Amendment Act that was enacted into law by the 27th December 2024. So again, simekuwa mkiona hizi posters everywhere to do with the tax amnesty. So again, please make sure you file a tax return so that ukienda to apply for a tax exemption, it becomes seamless. Asanteni sana and good afternoon. Sikumbuki sijui ilikuwa. I stand to be guided. Thank you.
Good afternoon. For my colleagues or participants who are blind, my names are Emma Bosire from the National Council for Persons with Disability, and I'm very privileged to be amongst you. I want to congratulate you for listening tentatively up to this moment. Now, the task that I have ahead is making sure that you pay attention to what I'm about to present, given that already your energy levels are a bit down. So, I'm 4'9" for my participant who cannot be able to see me. I'm medium in stature. I am light-skinned, and I am very articulate in my presentations. So thank you once again. My role here is to be able to take you through what us as a council have put in place, or the key milestones that we've been able to achieve, especially in the areas of economic empowerment. So I will just briefly take you through the 3 programs that I'm spearheading, and then I'll be able to move amongst you and probably interact with you better. So economic empowerment, as you are aware, indeed the Honorable Senator Christo Asije has been able to do a great job in terms of making sure that the Persons with Disability Act has incorporated the plight of caregivers for persons with disability and persons with disability themselves. Because you're aware, particularly for caregivers who are taking care of their people on a 24-hour care. For example, if you're having a child with cerebral palsy and you are not in the white-collar business, or you're not employed and earning a salary, it becomes particularly very difficult for you to put food on that table. So in that act, there is provision for stipend number 1, which I'm sure as government will be able to put in place guidelines on how we'll be able to go about it. Most importantly, there is also the tax exemption for persons with disability caregivers in the white-collar job, and this also will be able to unpack it. And there's also the cash transfer program for persons with disability at the household level, and I'm sure that this particularly program will be able to onboard more beneficiaries even as we tag along. So briefly, the area of economic empowerment at the household level has been able to be captured in the Persons with Disability Act, and we don't take this for granted. However, currently, there are 3 programs that I'm implementing. We have one, what is called the Tools of Trade and Startup Capital. Tools of Trade and Startup Capital. How do we implement this? Basically, if, for example, you have an active business that is registered, active business, it can be any business, right from maybe your salon business, welding business, carpentry business, that is active and registered. we will be able to consider you, other than maybe you having registered with us, having an active business account, and if you are caregivers, your child or that particular person you are taking care of is registered with us and you have a valid ID. Then you can visit our County Disability Services office in your house, 6th floor. Then they'll be able to administer to you a form, which you will fill and attach those documents that I've mentioned. Then we have another form called Tool of Trade form. The Tool of Trade form is one that will require you simply to register or to key in what kind of tool you're interested in. We don't do this work alone. We have key stakeholders. NFDK, for example, in Rehema House, has been assisting us give all our beneficiaries the tools of trade, but in phases. So if you cannot expect, maybe you applied for a tool of trade this year, and maybe the list is long, and expect you to be given that tool of trade before maybe your counterpart who applied 2 years ago. So it is in phases. So once you meet those requirements, simply take the form to your house. They will forward to me. I'll be able to go through that document and visit you again at your businesses. So nitakutembelea pale kazini, nitaona kama kazi yako inaendelea namna gani. Now after that, I'll be able to process your payment at a given fee. So that is what we as a council are currently doing, and being able to support particularly their caregivers, put food on the table. And we're also looking at sustainable solution. How do we come about sustainable solution, for example? If I give you maybe Lois Wangare 38,000 shillings, and you don't have that capacity to handle that kind of amount, capacity in terms of the how. So we do make sure that at some point, either when I'll be visiting you on the site, I'll be able to probe you. How would you go about spending this money? I'm supposed to probe you because I'm not supposed to assume that you have that skill of spending that money. It is a grant, it is not a loan. And if your business is successful, you can apply more than once, so long as there's progress. So I'm supposed to probe you and find out what are the existing challenges. My work is to make sure that you do not divert that money elsewhere, to have proper budgeting, proper saving, so that it's able to save you. You'll not be maybe tempted to pay school fees because it will not be impactful, and you'll not be able to get that money again. So we are looking at that area of economic empowerment, and so far we have done a call for application across all the 47 counties, and I've also been able to visit most of you at the ground. So quite recently I was in Lamu, and I realized, for example, unapatia mama pesa fulani, alafu unamuuliza utatumia aje hii pesa. Unaona, she doesn't have the know-how. Why do we encourage persons with disability to form groups? Or even women have thrived in chamas. When a person with disability or a caregiver of a person with disability is in group setting, they are able to encourage each other or demystify what financial management or literacy is all about. You only need to be guided on how maybe to go through proper budgeting, savings, and record keeping. So record keeping is another area that is failing a lot of persons with disability or caregivers once they receive this money. At the group level setting, that is another program that I handle. And a group is doing particularly well, maybe even engaging in merry-go-rounds or poultry keeping or whatever. So I do visit those groups and I do award them with what you call grants, so that they can be able to further uplift themselves in that group setting. So we are saying you as Lois Wangare can benefit from the council in very many ways. Number one, you can get that tool of trade and startup capital. Number two, you can get assistance from the group settings, even in terms of mentorship and psychosocial support. We have partnered with counseling psychologists. We'll be able to finalize with them the logistics. And maybe you're having a certain problem, maybe even at the family level, in terms of caregiving, or even you yourself as a person with disability, because of the stigmatization that is associated. We are going to try to find out if there is a way they can avail pro bono services to that particular individual, or even the group level. Because if your mental health is not stable, you may find that you'll be having difficulties, even at the home environment, business environment. It has a ripple effect. So that's why we encourage the group support, you to be in a group, a support group. Because if you're in that support group, I can move forward and even link you. We have partnered with affirmative funding institution and link that particular group which is doing well to Wezo Fund. We have Youth Enterprise Fund, NGAF. NGAF can also give you loan at the group, a grant at the group setting, if recommendation is done. So long as that particular group and you as a caregiver or persons with disability is registered, and the government can be able to plan for you and do what we call policy in terms of finding out where your key needs are. So we move on to what I call LPO financing. So nimetaja tools of trade, startup capital, na nimetaja group support or linkages. I can support you at a group level. I can link you to other organizations, even for that startup capital. There's a new program that the government is initiating that is called KIOP. It can also be able to support you get that startup capital. We move on to what I call LPO financing. If you are a person with disability and you have a company, a limited company or a sole proprietorship. Limited kusema uko na kampuni peke yako. Sole proprietorship, sorry, ni kusema uko na kampuni peke yako. Limited mko 1 or 2 directors. And you've won a tender from a government entity. You'll be able to pass through yet again our County Disability Services office in your house, fill a form, attach specific documents. It will be able to be brought at my office. And we are giving LPO financing not exceeding 500,000 through KCB Bank with just a small interest of 4%. So that company can be able to administer that particular tender that they've been able to get through LPO financing. So those are some of the economic empowerment programs that we are having. Right, this one being among them. Of course, I have to appreciate FX Pesa and KISE, because we realize a lot of people don't know the how. How do I go about accessing these resources? What is available for me? How do I start? How do I proceed? That is why we are holding this particular, and it's one of many others. We have our great stakeholders, KCB Diamond Trust Bank, who are also actually doing training that you'll be able to get a certificate once you complete it through identification of people. You must be willing to get this training. So opportunities are there for you, and that is why I'm very delighted to be amongst you in terms of getting to have this word across on particularly what the council is doing in terms of economic empowerment. So like I said, I'm going to be brief, and perhaps because the next session is a bit interactive before I wind up, if let's say it's adult learning, even me, I'll be able to learn from you. Let me pick my good friend here. So you have applied for tools of trade and startup capital. So I've awarded you, let me say I've given you 50,000 shillings. Maybe just tell me, how will you go about using that 50,000 shillings?
Thank you, Madam. As an individual or in a group? Oh, as an individual, I'll first okay, by the time you're giving me the 50K, I want to believe I've identified what I want to do. For example, let me use my profession. I'm a nursing officer. Maybe I want to start a clinic. So that 50,000, I will divide it to cater for the medication. Part of it will go to the medication. The other part will go towards furniture. I will need furniture. So really, the license, although the license part, I don't know, maybe in future we shall be exempted, being a caregiver, I don't know. But basically it will depend on what I had planned to do. But that 50K, like if it was a clinic, I'll budget for the equipment. I will need the blood pressure machine, the stethoscope, blah, blah. Then I'll need medication. And then of course I'll need the sitting arrangement for my patients.
Thank you. Remind me your name.
My name is Catherine Gitonga.
Catherine, thank you. I'll get back to you. Let me hear my good friend here. I've given you 100,000. How will you go about it? It's a grant, it's not a loan.
Thank you, Madam Bosiri. I'm Mr. Du once again. Mostly I do pottery keeping. What I'll do, I'll especially deal with those equipment which are costly, like the drinkers, the housing, securing my pottery. Before I go to the actual project, I'll start with the equipment. Then I'll do a budget for the pottery. I'll know how much the feeds will cost, the medication for the pottery, and even the other costs like the power, the water, and the lumber. What will I need to have this project going on?
Thank you, my good friend here. Given you 50,000, it's a grant for your business. How will you go about it?
Well, based on my budget, I think first of all, I'll invest the money wholly on my business. I'll need to pay for my house rent where I'm putting my business, first of all, and then I bring the stock that I need, the requirements that I need, because I'm into sales, medical laboratory supplies, I do sales. So I'll stock my supplies. I'll use some part of the money for transport to do marketing to my targeted clients. Yeah.
I'll finish because of time. Yes. How will you go about it?
I would start a kibanda of selling Coca-Cola and cakes. So I would just use a portion of it in paying for my stall. And then the rest, crates of sodas and cakes.
Okay, thank you very much for those ones who've participated. There's a reason I just wanted to demonstrate that it's one thing getting the money, it's another thing budgeting for that money. It's another thing reinvesting that money back. I didn't hear most of you say, maybe I'll reinvest back into the business. What is your saving plan like? What is your saving plan like? Because you may invest all that amount and it may take a particularly long time to get your profits back. So there is that gap of capacity building that is why we have embarked on this kind of consultative meetings, so that we may be able to demystify what financial independence is all about. We may be able to see what is the other options that you are having once you get that grant? What are they available? What are the alternatives? The stock market, the chamas. And if you do not have an existing saving plan in terms of maybe an active business account, how will I even be able to access that money to you? What are the other potential availability? How can you multiply that 50,000 so that you are able to have that financial independence that we are talking about? Thank you for listening, and the floor is open for questions and answers. Thank you. Questions, yes?
As a caregiver, we have our chama. We are all caregivers of children with a CP. Now, you've talked about trainings. I wanted to know how we can tap into those trainings. How do we know when you have the trainings? And if we can join in those trainings.
Another one? Another question?
I'm asking on behalf of those perhaps who might want to have groups where they can benefit together. And I want to ask kindly if you can give some tips of group formation briefly. Thank you.
So as for me, I want to ask some few questions. I'm a youth living with disability, so I wanted to ask if there's any savings investment group for the youths in Kenya who are living with disability, and if there is a WhatsApp group designated for the youths in Kenya living with disability so that they can also come together and do some business together. Another question is, do the council have financial mentors or coaches who are living with disability, the ones who have made it in terms of their financial freedom, so that they can also give us their inspiration on how to go about the various ways of attaining financial freedom while living with disability. And my other question is the apps. Are there apps the council has designated for people living with disability, financial apps, so that it can be easier for them to track their income expenses and enable them grow their wealth? For now, you can answer those questions. Zingine nitaongeza baadaye.
You are a bit low. Your tone was a bit low. So in case I didn't get all your question clearly, I'll request you to repeat, particularly the one for SMEs. So the first question that was asked about training. Training, yes, it is done, but how is it done? Once you apply for the startup capital and tools of trade, once your group applies for maybe group linkages and the group grants, we do populate that data together with your contacts, together with your official contacts, and we do what we call, through our county directors, we do engage with them. Then we'll be able to identify you for capacity building. So training is done at the level based on whether you have applied or not. So yes, that training is done. And also this is one amongst the various trainings that we do undertake. It is at that point that you'll be able to access the training. Training is continuous, even as we visit you, right from the point of application to the point in which you'll get the money, to the point in which that county director will be able to visit you again and see how the progress is done. So it is a continuous process. The second question about group formation. Group formation is brought about when 2 or more people have a certain interest. So if you do not have, or you are not attracted to the reason behind that group formation, then you'll not be interested in being part of that group. For example, kuna wamama pale wanaweza kuwa interested in kununuliana vyombo za nyumba pale kwa mtaa. So of course you'll hear a word around that there is that particular group that is being formed. Na utaweza kujiunga kwa hiyo kikundi sababu uko na hiyo nia, maybe ya kununuliwa, maybe thermos, vyombo, or maybe a welfare group, wakati umepatwa na msiba. So that should be the first motivation for you to join that group. Because if you find yourself in the wrong group, you will not stay. Then you go ahead and look at the people in that group. Muko na common interests. Do you speak the same language in terms of where you want to be and where you have come from? So wakati ambapo unajipata kwa kikundi for the sake, it will not work for you. So you have to have that interest in joining that particular group. And you also have to be able to be sustained in that group. Because groups like any other place, ziko na dynamics, ziko na shida zake. Lazima uweze kustahimili wenzako na kujua vile utakaa pamoja na kikundi. Because at the end of the day, there is that common interest you have and common goal you want to be. So those are the key pointers naweza kuadvise mama wakati ambapo unataka kujiunga na kikundi. Usijiunge na kikundi ambacho pengine wanasema wanataka 10,000 na una hiyo 10,000 ya kutoa. Hautaweza kujistahimilisha kwa hiyo kikundi, kukaa kwa hiyo kikundi. So that should be a motivation in terms of joining that group. And for my colleague who was asking about mentors, financial mentors, they are there in our institution. They are there, and even the council, we do what you call mentorship. This is part of it, mentorship. It's that by sight I'm neurotypical, but they are there. The mentors are there. Just to answer your question, who will be able to interact with you? It's not only me, it's not only this face that you'll be able to see. SMEs, I didn't get that clear, you'll repeat, your voice was low. Apps, financial apps, I didn't get where you are going to be able to track. We have not gotten there yet, but maybe this is an issue that we'll pick up in being able to track how our beneficiaries are doing, the ones that we've been able to empower financially. However, the institutions that we've partnered with do what you call monitoring and evaluation, including ourselves. So we don't just give finances for the sake of giving. We make sure that we walk that journey with you towards financial stability and independence. Perhaps the element of apps tracking is what we'll be able to incorporate in that particular program. For SMEs, I didn't get quite clear. Maybe John, you can give him the mic, he repeats the question.
SMEs, no nini.
Just speak a bit, I can't quite.
Okay, so I was, unanipata?
Nakupata. Maybe unaweza simama kidogo so that your voice is projected.
Poa. Hapo iko sawa?
Sawa.
Safi. Sasa, nilikuwa nauliza kama kuna hizo joint savings is investment groups za nini, persons living with disability.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so nilikuwa nataka nijue like kuna a central point yene people living with disability wanaweza come up together waseme hii ndo platform yetu ya kuinvest kama wasewa persons living with disability, and anyone can access it very easily. Juu utapata kuna sometimes ndio uko na ideas za kuanzisha biashara sijui nini, but sasa kupata hiyo platform ya ku actualize hiyo visual yako pia inakuwa ngumu. So inabidi umepitia the long process, like sasa kutumia government agencies, vitu kama hizo. So unajua ukitumia government unaenda na njia ya common mwananchi, kwa inachukua long sana.
Okay, thank you. Nafikiri nimekupata kabisa. Currently we don't have that kind of arrangement, but this is an issue I'll be able to pick up in the Economic Empowerment Unit and propose. But this must be brought about by interest. Yes, this must be brought about with that interest and demand and need. Because even you, people with disability must have that need to be able to have that kind of approach in terms of financial accessibility. That is why we have started small at the individual level, under the group settings, and at the affirmative level institutions and the banking level institution. But this is an issue that I'll be able to pick up. So I'm being pressed for time. I'm being reminded for time. I'll take one last question. Yes, at the back.
I have a question to ask, like formation of the groups. Like I'm in a member, we have in a group that has 10 members, but you find we each do a business, different businesses. But that whatever makes us stay together because of our children, most of them, they are CP. And now you find, for us to have that grant, must we have a similar business, a common thing that you are doing together? And then what do we need? Must we be registered? Can we have that grant? Because whatever you do when you come together is stable banking, and then we generate our own funds by doing some merry-go-round. So when you get the little profit we get amongst ourselves, you go to your business and empower your business. But we have financial constraints because of the cost of the whatever you use for our children. Now, the question is, for us to get the grants, must we have a common business? Or can you get the grants within just a group, and then you still finance your individual business as we've been doing? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm reminded that the bus needs to ferry you people back. Yes, you must be registered, because these are government resources. They cannot just be channeled in a sort of in a vacuum. We must know that these resources will get to the intended people. So you must register your group through the Social Services Department currently, so that we are able to identify you as a group for funding. And your second question, whether you must have a common business for you to apply for a grant. When you're applying for a grant, it's a bit of a process. Even if mkiwa kwa hiyo kikundi, you're all running your different businesses, I'm sure you'll be able to agree mkipata hiyo pesa what it will be intended to do. So during your application process, you will already have agreed. So once you agree what the funds will be used for, and you've met all the requirements and have visited the group, then you'll be able to get the grant. think nimekujibu. You must agree as a group because you are not having a common business. But more often than not, we do fund groups that are interested towards maybe channeling those funds for a particular project. So I'll be able to weigh in. Mi mwenyewe ndo nitafanya uchunguzi yangu ndo niweze kujua whether I'll be able to give your group a grant or link it. Because there are groups who have financial independence and will want to access other opportunities. So nafikiri nimekujibu. Mtakubaliana.
Guide me with the social service where you can register. Is it Musea or Simbio or which organizations that you cannot get lost when you are registering?
Come again?
I'm asking the social, you have talked of registering.
Social Development Office count at the sub-county level. They do register the groups.
Okay.
Yes. Pale, nafikiri zinakuanga pale kwa DC most of the times. Yes. Or you can talk to me after, kindly. Thank you so much for listening. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, and I want to appreciate you for the session you've just conducted. Time is bad, and you know we have to take care of your transportation to make sure mmerudi nyumbani salama, and that is why we are rushing, so that we take care of that. On the other end, I would wish to request National Council and Zachary Nyange, who is also a lecturer at the Institute, to do a short closing remarks. Then we can have a closing prayer. Nanya nasikia ameguzwa leo tuombe closing remark, closing prayer. We have a winner there, so you can also come closer. Zachary, we can start with you.
So good afternoon. Habari zetu. Tumekaa kwa muda mrefu. Kama uko able, naomba usimame. Kama unaweza. Asante kwa wale wameweza. Kama unanisikia na unaweza pia clap once. Thank you. Now, kwanza nataka tuweze kukubali kwamba hii imekuwa very educative. Si ndivyo? Ni wangapi wanakubali? May those of the opinion that hii workshop imekuwa helpful kwao say aye. And may those of a contrary opinion that this workshop has not been helpful say nay. Oh, so the ayes have it, right? This is awesome. Na imewezekana kwa sababu ya different parties. One of them amekuwa FX. Tell your friend FX Pesa. Alafu muulize, what does it do? So it is a challenge kwetu sote tukienda nyumbani tuweze kujua huyu ambaye ametufinance ili tukue hapa anafanya kazi gani. Sawa? Tuendeni kwa website zao tuweze kusoma zaidi kuwahusu, ama hata ukipata nafasi uweze kuuliza zaidi after we have just parted. So for FX Pesa, karoheni. Oh, sawa. Karoheni ni coffee. Sawa. For FX Pesa, karoheni. Na sasa pia tunakuwa na ile ya sign language kwa sababu labda kuna wengine ambao wasikii kati yetu. Unainua mkono, upea maua kidogo, alafu ndio drop. Ili aweze kuona kwamba tumefanya nini? Tume sign, clap. Like this. So tujaribu. Tujaribu. Drop. Tena. Drop. Awesome. Sasa karoheni for FX Pesa. Tunafanya aje ya sign language? Karoheni for FX Pesa. Drop. Karoheni for okay, kabla karoheni. Now National Council of Persons with Disabilities wametufunza mambo mengi. Mengine huwa tunasikia kama stories za jaba, si ndio? Leo wameconfirm yale yote ambao huwa tunasikia. Wametuongoza kama ni form ukijaza ni wapi una drop, si ndivyo? Sasa ingine hizo ndio vitu tunahitaji ili tuweze kufanikisha. So because ya ile information yote tumepata from the National Council, Persons with Disabilities, different representatives including akina Emma, Karoheni, oh, drop, oh, awesome. For National Council, Karoheni, drop, awesome. National Security Stock Exchange, tunaijua? What do they do? Can you tell your neighbor, National Security, what? National Security Stock Exchange. Wengine wanashindwa kutamka National Security Stock Exchange. Ukienda uende uangalie kwa website, kwa internet, hata ukitaka utype tu kwa Google, ChatGPT ama kokote, uweze kujua zile services wanaoffer. Na uone ni gani ambayo inaweza kubenefit zaidi, alafu uulize maswali. Kuna ka chatbot, kako hapo karibu tu kwa hiyo site yao. Ukiandika tu chochote, kanaanza kukujibu chenye utaweza fanya. Sawa? So, Karoheni nao wameweza kutufunza pia mambo na financial security. I mean, financial literacy. Tumeweza kuelewa mambo mengi kuhusu financial literacy na pia mambo ya investment. So, mnakumbuka ile panel ya kwanza tulikuwa nayo? Yes, for National Security Stock Exchange. Karoheni, drop. Karoheni again for National Security Stock Exchange. Inua, drop. Awesome. Now, Kenya Revenue Authority wameweza kutufunza mambo mengi kuhusu exemptions, kuhusu venye tunaweza fanya ili tujipate kwa mkono mbaya wa sheria, si ndivyo? Sasa tumechanuliwa, sio? So sasa hata tumeweza kujua kwamba tunaweza enda tupark mahali popote, na tukiambiwa ati kwamba tutawekwa gari itawekwa pingu, tunawaambia bwana, KRA protects us. For KRA and all the information ambao wameweza kushare na sisi. Karoheni, drop. Karoheni tena, drop. Awesome. Sasa, hapa ni Kenya Institute of Special Education. Sivyo? Na tumeweza kuwa na a good environment, mahali ambapo tuko na speakers ambazo hazitupigii kelele lakini zina communicate chenye tunahitaji kusikia, mahali tumekaribishwa. Kwa wale ambao wanaona, mmeweza kuona the environment at least iko beautiful, na pia kuna institution nyingi zinafanya mambo ya disability na haku to host. Sikisa wamefanya poa. So for KISE, Karoheni, drop. Karoheni, drop. Na sasa imagine tupange kila kitu alafu we ukose kuja. How would that be? Itaitwa event. Itaitwa event. So for you and you and you and you, oh, by the way, for those who can see, I'm pointing. Kwa wale wote ambao mmeweza kukuja, sacrifices zenye zote mmemake, na pia kwa wale mko nyumbani ambao mna watch wapenzi wenu ambao wameweza kuambia tunaenda mahali fulani kwa event, mkawaruhusu waweze kukuja, mkakubali kukaa na watoto wao nyumbani ili waweze kufika kwa hii event. Karoheni, drop. Karoheni, drop. And now for all of us, we are doing a factorial 5. Factorial 5 yani tunachapa makofi 5, lakini kwa mpango, maana sisi sote ni wasomi tunaelewa. So factorial 5 inaenda 1 2 3 4 5, 1 2 3 4, 1 2 3, 1 2 1. So for each one of us, for all the presenters ambao wametufunza mambo mengi, for the coordinators, for the sign language interpreter, for the coordinator, you know, everybody that participated. Yani inanifurahisha until I'm feeling like crying. It's just that kwetu niliambiwa na baba wanaume atulii. Wanaume. Lakini unless ukiwa kwa private mahali pako tu, mwanaume hakuna shida ya kulia. Lia release stress, ndio? Good. So for all of you and all of those who presented here and even those who participated online, kuna watu wengi ambao wamekuwa online, wamekuwa wanatuma maswali. Yani this event would not be successful unless you are there. So for all of us, Karoheni, so it was a factorial, sorry, factorial. Factorial 5, 3 go, 1 2 3 4 5, 1 2 3 4, 1 2 3, 1 2. Thank you very much. Oh, you can clap for me then. and sit down if you are standing. Thank you.
Thank you, Zachary, for that. That was really amazing, and we appreciate you. Just a quick announcement. There were 3 buses. I won't mention the buses, but there is a bus to CBD, and there is extra spaces in that bus. So you can just locate the big bus at the assessment center, kama unataka transport to CBD. And the spaces are first come, first serve. Na wale wenye walikuja na already nayo, of course you are reserved for that space. So we can just respect each other na tusaidiane. Asante.
Good afternoon. Yangu ni machache kabisa kabisa. Najua tumechoka kuketi na tunahitaji kurudi. Leo ni Saturday, kesho tuna very early morning, some of us. So yangu ni kuwashukuru sana. We called and you heeded our call. Mkakuja na mmekuja kwa wingi. Sikufikiria hii hall itajaa, lakini naona ilijaa kabisa. So cha muhimu ni kile tumesoma tuanze kupractice. Sawa sawa? Yeah? Hakuna vile saa zingine tunafikirianga ni lazima tupate pesa mingi ndio tuweze kukuza hiyo pesa. Lakini consistency. Yeah? Uwe na mpangilio na uwe ukiweka, ikiwa unaweka kidogo, unakula kidogo, utaona ikifanya nini? Ikizaa. Alafu hizo opportunities tumewaambia zote. Niko Nyayo House, as I said, at Nyayo House 6th floor room 1. Waeza kuja uniambie, Jane, ningetaka hii program, but as you've heard, saa zingine huwa tuna clear backlog tukija. Sawa. Lakini si kusema ati hutawahi pewa. So kuja ujaze ndio hata wewe uwe kwa nini? Kwa mchunjo. So let us take care of the opportunity. Let us take to advantage of the zinaitwa opportunities that are there. Sawa. Kama sasa tuko na WEF, Women Enterprise Fund, tuko na National Government Affirmative Action Fund. Hizo zote, si wewe ni mwana Kenya? It doesn't matter ati uambiwe cha walemavu ati ya walemavu iko tu kwa council. Hapana. Waweza enda uone kama waweza pata hizo funds. So lakini ukiketi chini ufikirie sasa sitatoka hapa. Some things may never come to you. Yeah? Hata Mungu hawezi kukupea kile hujaomba, si ndio? So ni lazima uende take advantage of the opportunities out there, ndio at least tujikuze kimawazo, hata kifedha. Na ndio tusionekane sana ni kama, najua kuna hiyo misconception ati walemavu wanapenda kulialia nini. Wacheni sasa tutoke from that and we stand strong and we take advantage of whatever is there, whatever has been offered for the people of Kenya. Let us ensure that we are there in that space. As I told you, sitaki kuwaweka sana. Yangu nadhani nimemaliza, and thank you very much. Feel very, very appreciated, and any other time tukipatana, tukiwaomba mkuje, msione shida, kujeni tusome pamoja. Sawa. Asanteni sana.
May we all rise up for a word of prayer. We are praying. Our Father in heaven, we come before your presence this afternoon, Lord. We thank you, my Father, for your grace, Lord Almighty, that made us to see the day, King of Kings. We are appreciative, my Father, God of grace, even for the breath of life that you've given to us, my Father. Thank you for the gift of good health that you've given to each one of us, my Father, that we were able, my God, even to come to this place, my Father. We thank you, my Father, even for the workshop and the many benefits that, Lord, you have received, O God of grace, even from the workshop. King of Kings, we thank you even for the journey mercies that you gave to us, Lord, as we travel from different places, go to this place. Jehovah, Lord, we are going back to our places, my Father. We pray for protection upon each one of us, my God. Jehovah, as we part, my Father, in body, we pray that in spirit you may join us together, my Father. Glory and honor, my Father, belong to you. We give praise in Jesus' name. I pray, trusting and believing. Amen.
And the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen. Aya, sasa basi ziko straight ahead parking lot ile assessment. Na kama huku kuja na basi tafadhali